All right. Let me just turn on the. I think we're there. Yep, we're there. Cool. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Oh my God, we are here and we survived it all. And I just want to just kind of preface this whole thing and say hello and welcome to my guests again, James and Thann, my fest mates at the Maryland Death Fest. And I think this is kind of a fitting stream to do for the channel right now, just because I haven't had a chance to do any videos for a little while, and in terms of hiking or just kind of streams and stuff. So, and I want to thank my guests as well for reminding me that we needed to actually do this because we had talked about it, and I let some time go by. I was a little bit sick after the fest, and it was kind of a week before I was like feeling kind of 100% again, but. Yeah, so here we are. We're here to kind of recap the our experience and as well as talk about a couple other things. But before we like kind of really get delving into the Death Fest in Maryland and kind of talking about a couple of things that I want my guests to tell us about, I just want to just tell you both of you guys and give you my heartfelt thanks and love for putting me up, for making my experience at my first MDF absolutely amazing and something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And it was really great. I had a lot of fun with you guys. I think we had a lot of great engaging conversation, and just getting to see where you guys live and kind of just experiencing a little slice of your life was very meaningful for me. And so I just wanted to say I really, really appreciate that and thank you.
You're very welcome, dude.
It was an absolute fucking pleasure, man. Yeah. So much fun. So, I mean, God, just like it's absolute whirlwind. MDF was, but man, I can't imagine it being more awesome, even with some of the hiccups that happened, especially on day one. Man, just absolutely fantastic. And so glad that you could finally come out and experience that fest. And it was my first one for 5 years. So it was great for me to get to do it again. So yeah, heck yeah, brother.
Yeah. Super fun, man. Good having you.
Yeah. It's kind of like not to mention that, like for me, coming to the East Coast is sort of like a, special for me because I don't really make it out there very often. So the whole experience was very sort of exotic in that sort of sense for me to be, see some of these cities and how, kind of traveling back and forth works and things like that. Was just really a lot of fun for me. So, but yeah, we're going to get into all the stories, all the fun that we had. I think I'm finally not feeling as sore as I did for a while. From my legs, because it's like I do a lot of hiking. Usually my legs are sore, but standing up for fucking 72 hours or whatever it was, maybe it wasn't quite that, but it was pretty close. It definitely takes a toll on the body. But we're all good. And so what I want to first start with before we get into the MDF is that we've got a couple other things that my guests here are going to sort of recount for us. It is kind of like sort of festival season. So we're going to talk about Decibel. These guys got to go. But really quickly, I just wanted to sort of highlight, and I think this will be interesting for some of you folks that watch my channel and that, are into black metal and kind of know like where I come from that sort of realm. Is that our friend Thann here got to travel to Norway recently and not only do some performing with his group, but also did some recording, as I understand it, as at the renowned Grieghallen studio. And everybody like watching here, I mean, if you don't know what Grieghallen is, you probably are not watching this. But one of this is a studio that really like in around the world, like in the top 5 to 10 when it comes to like extreme metal and things, history. Grieghallen is very, very important for black metal in Norway. And we can go down a list of how many influential and amazing records have been recorded there, created there. And it's just like one of those places to me that's like sort of a fantastical idea to even just like think about the place, So Thann, could you just like kind of just give us a rundown? How was your trip? What happened? What did you guys do? And did you come out of it, with corpse paint, or did you run out into the Norwegian forests and start hollowing, or did you just kind of take it all in? How did that go?
Dude, it was a crazy trip. It was a really crazy trip. And this was essentially like, was it like the week after MDF, or maybe like I can't remember. God, again, such a blur. Like the past month has been crazy. But yeah, I went over to Bergen, Norway last week, and I went out there with my group. If you guys haven't been on this stream before, when I've been on here, my main gig, I'm a vocalist. I play guitar too, but most of the musical work that I have is as a singer, and in the sort of new classical realm primarily. I sing in a group called Roomful of Teeth that has been around for a little over 10 years, recorded a couple of albums and been on some other recordings. They're collaborations. We are a 8-person vocal band, and we do all new music, almost all music that was specifically written for our singers. And we were doing a couple of projects out in Bergen, Norway, which, as Jimmy said, big hotbed for black metal. A lot of the dudes that we know and love, Immortal, Enslaved, Gorgoroth, are actually from there, and even more who are not from there have recorded in the past at Grieghallen studio, primarily with their house producer Pitten, who I believe does not still work there. But one thing that people may not know, or may have even heard and forgotten, is the Grieghallen is not what we think of normally as our kind of run-of-the-mill recording studio. Grieghallen is a concert hall, a symphony concert hall, primarily named after Norway's most famous composer, Edvard Grieg. And that's primarily what Grieghallen is, Grieg Hall, you know. And we were there to sing. Like, the main reason we were there was to sing in the concert hall with the Bergen Symphony Orchestra on the last concert of this big festival in Bergen, the Bergen International Festival, which has been going on for now 70 years. So we were part of the final concert of that, and premiering a new work by one of our band members, Caroline Shaw, who won the Pulitzer Prize for Music several years ago. Yeah, we were there for that primarily, but we had a couple of other projects that were sort of pulled in to this main thing that we were doing. And one of those was recording in the room, the main sort of acoustic, like what we would think of in the metal world as the drum room. But, you know, it's the bigger room. We were recording some essentially, like, you might think of it as like backup vocals kind of for this Swedish composer and singer named Rebecca Karriord, a really, really wonderful person, really very cool music. She's putting out an album, and she really wanted us to be on it. So because we were going to be in Scandinavia, she found a way to book studio, and that studio just happened to be Grieghallen. So unfortunately, I didn't get to see inside the main control room because they were recording all digitally. So we had no use of their analog board and that kind of stuff. I'm not even sure if it's still there. We didn't get to look inside. But just to be in that place was pretty cool. I definitely felt the vibe. A little anecdote that is still kind of mind-blowing, that I'm still working my brain around, or at least trying to, was that so I'll try not to ramble too much because this could go on forever, because it was a really insane tour. Yeah. Let me preface this by saying later on, when we talk about MDF, and a bit when we talk about when James and I talk about Decibel Metal and Beer, which we went to this past weekend, the day after I got back from Norway. Delta Airlines lost my bag, and I had, because I was just coming off of MDF, and because I very often in Roomful of Teeth shows wear metal shirts, and I had all of these really cool shirts that I bought at MDF, I packed essentially all of the shirts that I got at MDF, including ones that were like Fest exclusive. And of course, Delta Airlines lost my bag, and it was like nowhere to be seen for like 2 days. Finally, they got the shit together, and essentially the day before I was to come back home, they got it to me in Bergen. So I got my shirts back, but it was really touch and go there for a minute. But on the first full day that we were there, essentially we had a concert, and it was just Room Full of Teeth, not with the orchestra. Just we were doing kind of one of our normal shows. We're performing in this hall called Håkanshalle, which is the former seat of Norwegian kings. It was built in 1260, and we were performing in this hall. It was super, super crazy. It was really insane. Our low bass got COVID and found out like 5 minutes before our sound check. So we couldn't do the show with him. So we had to figure out how to do it with 7 people, which was a real, I mean, it's happened before, but like in this situation, like finding out so quick. So we were like scrambling to figure out me and the other baritone, like had to like switch all our parts around and do this thing. And we made it through the show just fine. It was really crazy. But then we went out to this bar afterwards. Rebecca, who we recorded with, invited us out to this bar, and they were all seated upstairs. And I went up, said hi to them when I got there. Kind of came down to the bar, and there was a dude wearing a Taka shirt sitting at the bar.
Oh,
when I got down there, I was like, huh. He was talking to the bartender in Norwegian, and I ordered a couple of Negronis for me and one of my my bandmates, and he turned to me and said, "Oh, that's a nice drink order." I didn't realize he had just ordered a Negroni as well, and I was like, "Well, I really like your T-shirt. It's pretty sweet." And so he was like, "Huh, when I do see Americans around here, I normally don't get that," was kind of the vibe that I got. And so I started chatting with him, and was like, "So how common is it to see like black metal dudes walking around? Like, do you ever see like the dudes from Enslaved just walking around?" He's like, "Yeah, all the time. It's like a really small city. And those people just like have their normal lives and stuff." And he's like, "And my best friend is Gaul from Gorgoroth." I was like, "What? Really?" I mean, and I was like, "Okay, cool." And we just started talking. He was like, "Yeah, I go out to his place all the time. He lives a couple miles away from here. We hang out. He's like my brother." Or he said he's like my uncle. He was a younger dude, and it's like, had just this amazing time talking to this guy. He like made a recommendation for some new black metal from Norway. I started following him on Instagram, followed each other on Instagram. I started looking at stuff, and like, sure enough, like the third picture on there was like him hanging out with Gaul drinking wine. Like, okay, that's amazing. I mean, that in and of itself was great. The very next day, I was walking back with some of my bandmates, like from a place we went from dinner back to our hotel, which was just like very central in Bergen, and was walking, like there's a really beautiful park kind of right in the middle with like a big fountain and stuff. And it was walking by there, looked over at there was a bus stop right there. And sure enough, just like hanging out at that bus stop was fucking Gaul. I was like, it was unmistakable. And I was like, I turned to our sound engineer, who is like the most metal dude in the band. I mean, he doesn't really know black metal that much, but he gets it. I was like, "Dude, that's like one of the most like notorious black metal dudes from Norway." He was like, "Are you gonna go talk to him? You should go say hi." And I was like, "Fuck no." I saw that documentary. That dude's terrifying. Even if I did just meet his best friend the night before, it was like, it's just like so overwhelming. Yeah. Crazy. So that was kind of my the tip of the iceberg of my amazing Norway experience. I did a couple of like on the hiking front. Like, Bergen is an incredible outdoor city. It's close to a lot of national parks, and it's completely surrounded by mountains that are all very hikeable and set up for people to enjoy. And I did three really incredible hikes while I was there. Just amazing. Like, the weather was great, and apparently that's kind of unusual. Like, it's one of the rainiest cities in Europe, but like, we had really great weather. But man, I could just like, based on the weather when we were there, I was like, man, I could absolutely live in this place and just go hiking up in these mountains every single day. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, I saw some of your pics on Instagram or your story, and like, I swear to God, like you must have been in some spots where if you look at like some of the old like even like I think the most recent I don't know if it's Take or however you pronounce it, but I mean, I love that fucking band.
Yeah.
But the last record he put out, there's some pictures of him standing in a similar sort of setting that you were, like where it kind of overlooks the city, but like he kind of made it look like it wasn't really there. So, and then there's like, if you go look at like some of the pictures and In the Night Side Eclipse by Emperor, I mean, there's pictures of Samoth standing in areas that looked very similar to where you were in some of the stories.
Yeah, it's the real shit, man. That city is insane. Like, if you like, I wish I'd had more time there. I wish I hadn't. There was a lot of, there was a reasonable amount of stress that kept me from maybe enjoying it as much as I could. But I got out a lot. I got out as much as I could. But I would go back in an instant for as long as anyone would have me there. I would fucking go back in January. Like, I don't care. Like, it's amazing. And of course it was like that situation where it never really got dark. It was definitely still very light at midnight. The sun was going down at like 11:30, but the sunsets basically just never stop and morph like right into sunrise. It's insane.
It's got to be a kind of an amazing feeling to sort of like feel and think about the vibe that transpired there when those records were created, and because I mean, if you go look up Peyton's, his resume, it's just like, dude, it's like, I don't know, 100 albums, and there's like all these classic albums that were created in like the 90s or mid to early to late 90s. Just all those classic bands that were there, and they still, to this day, I think they still record there. I don't know, like some of the bands, but like you said, Peyton's not as active as he once was.
Yeah, I did not see him.
Yeah.
And our recording that we were doing was being engineered by the person who is like technically the house engineer now for like doing live sound for if the orchestra needs sound support or what have you. Yeah, I think he's either moved on or he has taken a smaller role if he's still there, but I did not see him.
But they eventually found your bag, and because I mean, that's got to be rough, right? If you don't have any clothes.
And the thing was, like, I got in Saturday, like early afternoon, and it was a holiday weekend, which meant all of the shops closed early on Saturday, completely closed on Sunday, and pretty much completely closed on Monday. So if I hadn't like realized that and gone straight out and like fucking bought some underwear, and like I was wearing sweats on the plane. It's like a really long journey. I wasn't wearing like concert clothes on the plane. So like, and our concert was on Monday. Our first concert was on Monday. So like, if I hadn't thought just like, where can I go buy something cheap? Like, I would have been shit out of luck, man. So, but the bag eventually made it to me, and everything went great.
Yeah, that's got to be
all things considered.
That's got to be pretty nerve-wracking. Not to mention you got a bunch of your awesome MDF gear that you spent a lot of money on, to be able to tote. So
that was the thing that was the hardest. Like that was the thing that was, because like traveling so much for work, and especially like doing work that is already like kind of stressful, where you kind of have to have your shit in order in terms of like not freaking out about stuff if it goes wrong, because it very often does. But like that was the thing that I like couldn't push out of my head, that like even when we were at that point where we were having to scramble and like figure out how to do our first concert with 7 people, like that was the thing that was like, I can't stop thinking about my enforced shirt and how I might not get it back. Like, so couldn't concentrate on like the fact that I was going to have to sing low bass on like 3/4 of our rep, like, because I was thinking about my enforced and Ruins of Beverast shirts that we got at the fest,
Yeah.
Were you wearing your Triumph of Death shirt on the plane? Because I saw that in some pictures.
No, I wasn't. I was wearing some like local brewery shirt that I wore for like, I wore basically 3 out of the first 4 days I was there. It's like, it was rough.
Yeah.
I think I was able to wash it in the sink once. It's like, ugh. Terrible.
But the recording itself went good. I mean, it was yeah.
It'll be cool. I'm really interested to hear how it turns out. I like her music. It's cool, kind of atmospheric, super. That sounds pretty Scandinavian, if that is a thing, but yeah, super cool. I'm not sure when it'll come out. Probably in the next year at some point. I would guess 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, I mean, I've propped Roomful of Teeth up before, but anybody watching, for sure go check it out. I'll link it in the video. It's, if you're a metal fan, you can, you definitely, I always find metal fans to be open-minded to things. And when it comes to music like Roomful of Teeth, it's very, kind of, I think in the realm where you can find something to enjoy with it, because it's a heady music. It's sort of, forward thinking avant-garde kind of stuff, not all of it, but I mean, you guys kind of, it really kind of comes down to your composers and who's doing the music, but it's just like, it's definitely the sort of thing where you really have to really kind of listen to a bunch of it to kind of get an idea of like the different things that you guys do. And, so I'm glad that you guys are active again, after, this shit couple of years and getting things going. So
we got some cool projects in the works coming up.
And Grieghallen too. I mean, that's,
bucket list. Huge. Yeah. I mean, who would have thought? Really? Like, not me.
Yeah, it's something for sure. Well, thank you. Thanks for recounting that for us, man, because I know we were all really, really curious about it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
That's with senior picks and stuff. But so you, you got home okay, and then you guys just go straight into the Decibel Metal and Beer Fest, which I, looked at the lineup and I was like, God damn it, I would have just like, maybe I should have just like stayed a couple weeks and just, took up a residence until it was time to go to that and come home or whatever. But anyway, that was an incredible lineup. It looks like a really killer venue in Philly. So why don't you guys tell us about it?
Yeah. Let's see. I drove up to Philly on Friday and we pretty much went straight there when I got to your house. Right.
Yep.
Yeah. And when we got there, the Silver was kind of playing as we went in. There was a ton of merch on the first floor. And then if you had a metal and beer pass, then you could go up to the second floor where all the breweries were. And as Thann told me when we were there, because I had been to that venue before for that festival a number of years ago, but it was set up differently. But the upstairs is apparently a VIP area. And so there were tables and like padded chairs and really nice places to sit up there. And we copped some really good seats. We would go back and forth, but we would keep getting these really good seats kind of by the rail on the balcony, and saw everything from a really, really good vantage point.
Yeah.
And the Silver was playing when we got there, and we were sort of mulling around and doing stuff while that was happening. I don't feel like I really got a sense of what they were doing.
Yeah, it was nice to kind of get the vibe. Like, I feel like I got a little bit of like what their live vibe is. Like, it's a little, I don't know. It's I don't know how to describe it. Like it.
I've heard that. That's a fairly new band. A couple of the guys from Horrendous, and it's kind of more. It's more like a doomy kind of, like melodic. Yeah, it's definitely. I'm listening to it. It was somewhat unique, and to what they do in Horrendous. But yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a black metal vibe. There's definitely a sort of almost like kind of like a hard alternative sort of vibe in there as well to some extent. Yeah, it's an interesting combination of things. And the front man and main like guitarist and vocalist from Horrendous does guitar and melodic vocals in the Silver. And their kind of standalone vocalist just does the kind of harsh vocals. It was interesting. It made me want to check them out more, honestly, because I'd listened to them a decent amount going into this. And I was interested because they're a fucking Philly band, and they involve members of another Philly band that I really like a lot. So yeah, they were cool. They're cool. But we were kind of going back and forth trying to get the lay of the land. I'm a huge beer guy for sure. So like I wanted to see what all was there, and they had more limited pours that you have to like get with it. You get a few tickets, and there's some like ticketed pours that you could only get once with a ticket. And so I wanted to make sure I got those quick. So like there were some big stouts from like Three Floyds and some other Adroit Theory, some really fantastic breweries that I was like, I got to get those and hit the ground running with like 15% stouts, you know, start the day off right, you know?
Yeah. And then the next band that came on actually was one of my favorites, which was Craven Idol.
Oh shit.
Oh man, how are
Those
they?
guys were so good. It's that, you know, kind of old school speed metal-y sort of black metal
Blackish, yeah.
thing, you know, and they were just awesome. They put on a great show and really high energy.
Very Venom vibe in a lot of ways.
Very much so. Right in my wheelhouse musically. It was fantastic. That was like probably it was in the top of the bands. I mean, there were so many great bands there, but that was definitely in the top for me.
So fun, like just like the front man doing like lots of like Tom G Warrior grunts, and he had his like red BC Rich Ironbird just like totally fucking shredding. It was great, and we went down to the merch pretty much immediately after that, and talked to them, and he was up front. I think we both bought patches. Like I got one of these pull the plug exclusive. Well, it's not exclusive because they have them up on their website, but they had these, and they were also giving away these little logo patches too, which are pretty sweet. But he was very cool. He was about to head up and partake in the beer. He was really excited to get into that for sure.
Yeah, that's a Dark Descent band. One of their up and coming, pretty heavy. I listened to their most recent one. It's killer stuff. I'm sure they were awesome live. Craven Idol. I love that name too.
Oh yeah, great album covers. Like
the artwork on that new one is really killer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need to go through every single band, but just maybe highlights.
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to mention at least Derketa because you know, they're kind of run-of-the-mill sort of old school death metal sort of stuff, but the collaboration beer that they had with Mokama Brewing from Florida was this cherry quad called, was it Belgian Blood Cult? That was one of my favorite beers that I had. It was fucking great. But you know, they were cool. Whatever.
Yeah, and I will also say that Soul Glow put on a great show. I wasn't that familiar with them. I'd listened to them a little bit beforehand, but they were fantastic. And if anybody likes that kind of more kind of crossovery hardcore sort of feel to their metal, I would definitely recommend Soul Glow. Like those guys are really up and coming and worth checking out for sure.
Yeah. They destroyed, man. Just like amazing live rapport. Like very, very just satisfying band to see live. I already told my wife, it's like the next time we get a chance to see them in Philly, we're absolutely going. She's kind of like a hardcore kid in some ways. So like that kind of stuff she's into.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so I was really into that. Obviously, I mean, the rest of the bands that were there, Voivod, of course, is Voivod. They're unbelievable. Wolves in the Throne Room was amazing. I have had tickets over the last few years to see Wolves in the Throne Room 2 different times in 2 different venues, and both of them were canceled for one reason or another. So this was like my 3rd time's a charm kind of deal with Wolves in the Throne Room, and it was unbelievably satisfying.
Now, question about that. I mean, I love that's, you know, for sure one of my favorites right now. You know, they're one of those bands that I've talked about a lot ad nauseum, you know, on this channel that, you know, for me, like in terms of like American black metal, they really live that shit. You know, like, I mean, if you read about what their lifestyles are like, you know, they live on a farm, you know, I mean, they're not like completely cut off, but they like they live this sort of hybrid lifestyle where they're kind of like, you know, tapped into, you know, the regular world, but they also live sort of like a communal sort of focusing on their farm and their own way of growing food and things like that, and very very much into the sort of the Olympians, and you can really, I've said before, you can really hear their mountains in their music in a lot of ways, their landscapes, and it's but digressing, I think that was cool, like for you, for your first time to get to see them, James, because as I understand it, they did the Two Hunters record in its entirety, right? Which is like, one of the great records that they did. And for me, very, very close to my heart for sure. I've seen Wolves, a handful of times. Because I've been a fan of them so long. They've come over here quite a bit. And but I wanted to ask was one of the things I noticed a couple times I've seen them is it was like, because their music is so like it's so loud already, and it's kind of like it's, I don't want to say it's like it's not that it's not like dynamic, but there are certain sections where it's just like it's pummeling in your face, dude. Like it's a fucking wall of music, and a couple of times I've seen them, like the mix was so goddamn loud. We'll get into that sort of thing, like with MDF, it was so damn loud that you couldn't even like stand it. How did it translate live? Did it sound good? I mean, did it sound as dynamic as they could be?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought that the sound in the room it had a real depth to it, but also there was some space in it because it was a bigger hall. And I really enjoyed it a lot. I thought that it was it's as good or better than I would have expected them to sound. And really, had that kind of full sort of range to it that really was satisfying to me. What did you think, Thann?
I would say that sonically, purely from a sound perspective, that set ranked as one of the best sounding black metal sets that I have ever seen live. And I would say by and large, Friday, and this was Friday, was a more manageable volume level overall than Saturday. We tended to be sitting a little bit closer to the stage on Saturday, which may have had something to do with it, but I don't think it's the whole story. Like, I felt like the volumes were very manageable on Friday, and I felt like them playing the album straight through in its entirety with all of the ebbs and flows, all of the sort of segue, because it's a very well composed album in terms of its ups and downs. And they had a female vocalist there to do all of that stuff from the album. They played everything. And I think, I haven't seen them live before, but I know typically metal bands, if they're dealing with a limited amount of time on stage, they tend to just get to the hardest hitting shit that they have. And often tend to not play the segues, not play the softer bits. And the fact that they were in a position with an album like Two Hunters, which is very dynamic, has a lot of that, and they were asked to play the whole thing, and they fucking did it, and it was great. It was really fantastic. The ambiance was fantastic. They had like fucking burns up on stage and shit. Like, it was awesome.
Yeah, they were burning the sage and stuff like that. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the cool thing about that record is that, like, that first track is that big, just engulfing ambient song.
Oh yeah.
But and then they just kick into the black metal. And another thing about that you guys got to see, the female that was singing, that's the same girl that was on the record.
I figured it probably was.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I will take this opportunity to show you
got some shirts.
No, my Wolves in the Throne Room tote bag.
Oh, you got a tote
bag.
You got the shirt. I got the tote bag.
Very cool. Yep.
Had to do it.
Yeah.
It's not limited or anything, I don't think, but it's a nice soft t-shirt and has, like woods and shit on it. So how am I not going to take advantage of that?
Yeah, that's funny. I've got a couple of t-shirts, and their material always seems to be a little bit different than what you get. Like, it's a softer cotton. I don't know. But they
got the right idea. They're doing it right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, really good.
So did they just do Two Hunters, or did you happen to notice, or did they do more than that, or was it
just the album?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And this was my third time seeing Candlemass, who was the headliners that day. I said we weren't going to talk about every band, but we're talking about every band.
We're fucking talking about this Candlemat set because it was fucking insane.
It was
man.
so good.
Because they did the first record, right?
Yeah, this is my
Epicus.
third time seeing them, but my first time seeing them with Johan, and it was unbelievable. They were so amazing. I was totally blown away.
Hail fucking Johan, man.
Yes.
That dude,
God.
like, he's a real heavy metal motherfucker. Like, such a badass. And I really liked what they did because they didn't play the record in order.
Yeah.
They played all 6 songs from the records, but they changed the order. And I feel like it was absolutely the right decision because they closed with Solitude, the first song, and they started with Demon's Gate, which kind of hits hardest with the in your face riffs. It was insane. Like, yeah, I was like 1.5 sheets to the wind at that point, but like, oh man, it was the vibes, such good vibes, like incredible. And then they played a hefty encore as well of non-Johan tunes.
Yeah. Mirror Mirror, and
oh man, they closed with Mirror Mirror, which was just give me a break.
Yeah.
Now Johan, that's the guy that sang on Epicus.
Yeah, the guy who sang on the record.
And then he left the band, and then Messiah was the next guy, and then so like but now he's like been with them for a while. I guess, right? Johan, because it's weird because if you go look at the encyclopedia, like he's not even really listed as the vocalist unless you hit the complete lineup, and then it shows that he actually did the vocals. It's kind of weird how they laid it out like that. But
yeah,
he was like a session guy, like he wasn't really in the band.
Yeah.
They just needed a dude to sing because I think
his vocals are amazing on the recording. I think you listen to that recording, it's like, God, I can't believe this was recorded in '83 or whatever it was because it sounds so good. I don't know, maybe if I put a remaster or whatever it was, but
there's some really peculiar intonation things with the guitar on that, but it's like so charming. And they still to this day are like, yeah, we're not really sure what tuning we used on that. And I was like, I think it was just kind of out of tune, but it still kicks ass, you know?
For sure.
So yeah, we survived day one.
So that was day one.
That was day one.
That was all day one. Sounds like a lot, but compared to Maryland Death Fest,
yeah,
nothing. You know,
pretty easy. Yeah,
yeah. Because after doing Death Fest, you can do something like this standing on your head, like it's not fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. The fact that we had seats, like out of the sun.
Yeah, amazing.
Piece of cake.
Endless tasty beers to kind of break the you know, kind of break things up, give you things to do when you're like, because there was only one stage, so there was time between sets. This is pretty cool. You go taste a few beers, come back, maybe go downstairs, grab some shirts or something. It's really very well set up. Like I kept telling James, man, it's like, this is like the perfect fest for me. Like I can't imagine like a better suited festival for me, like beer and metal and like
But I can't imagine you were paying $18 per beer or anything like that, right? Man,
no, it was all included in the ticket.
Oh, it's included in the ticket, even better.
If you got the metal and beer thing, you got
and you got
your wristband.
Yeah, and you got like a 3 ounce. Was it 3 ounce taster?
3 or 4, I can't remember. 3 sounds, yeah,
about like that.
That's
and
cool.
You go around to the different beer stalls, and they pour you a beer, and you know, you drink all day.
Oh yeah.
The first day, at least, we did definitely.
But a lot of breweries like kind of went through a lot of their stock in the first day and didn't have as much the second day, which is probably for the best. Honestly.
Yeah, and I was, by the second day, I was not in a space where I wanted to drink a lot anyway, because I had done that the previous day, and I'm not a big beer guy in the first place. So I had pretty much reached my limit at that point.
Had your allotment, yeah. So did you just stay with Thann in Philly for the night? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, got up, had some nice, had a nice late breakfast, and prepared ourselves to go back into the fray. And day two is a very different vibe musically in a lot of ways. Much more streamlined, I would say. Like maybe not as diverse as day one in terms of different styles, but like, I mean, it was all shit that, I mean, it was like death metal and thrash generally, which is like, that's my That's my jam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say the highlight for me was the red chord.
Yes.
I mean, really of everything. Thann and I saw Cannibal Corpse. They were the headliners on the second day, and we had seen Cannibal Corpse a few months ago in Baltimore, and they played the exact same set that they played at Decibel. So, I mean, it was unbelievably good. Yes,
Yeah.
obviously, Cannibal Corpse is like one of the best live bands you could possibly go see.
Especially now, like it's like something like Rutan in the band is like, I mean, it's a different beast. I mean, he was great with Pat, but like there's a different level of perfection and like just
there's a presence when it comes to Rutan, like just you feel I saw the same tour a few months ago before I came up, and I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. I mean,
yeah, but the red chord was the surprise for me.
Yep, they played Clients in its entirety. It was their first time playing together in 7 years.
7 years.
Story. And I even think like whatever their last shows were not like big tours, because they haven't released a new album in
they split up for a while, right? Didn't the singer like go to work for like the police force or something like that? And I got out of metal. Was it the same dude singing? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're performing with only 1 guitarist now. Gunface is going it alone, but he fucking shredded, man. Yeah. Like it was insane. Like they sounded so good, and the crowd was like really into it. Yeah. But their music is total mosh fodder. Like it's so well paced for that. Like in the same way that like a Suffocation is, but a different brand, a different vibe of death metal. Yeah, it was insane. Yeah, their last full length was 2009, so it's been a very long time.
Yeah.
So this is significant. Felt significant. Got handshakes from Guy, the singer, on the way out. This is super cool. I hope. I don't know. I mean, I'd be satisfied with just some fucking represses of that shit. Like Clients, full gatefold, please give it to us soon. Because none of their shit has ever been released on vinyl.
Really?
Yeah, Metal Blade didn't release.
That's a Metal Blade band too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Even 2009, no vinyl. I looked on Discogs just to see, because I was like, I wonder if I could get something original. Nope.
3 nights in a row, and it was a surprise. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to really change it up to. I mean, they really only have 2 records and an EP. I mean, unless they were gonna, pull out the ambient piece. But no, I agree, bro. I mean, it's nice when they, since you guys saw Cannibal, it'd have been cool if they like switched up the set and like, because there's always like the staples that they play, and of course, some of the new stuff. I mean, this last run, the set list was great from start to finish. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Just awesome. But it would be cool. Yeah, it's the way the bands roll. They're gonna stick to a certain.
Yeah, it was kind of all a lot of the like mid pace bangers on this set list, which is great. Like that shit is so great to hear them play live. But it'd be cool. It would be cool to switch out a few of those mid pace bangers for some straight up craziness.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll just show my red chord shirt that I got at Decibel, because it is a classic design, or soon to be classic design. Have the sort of alternative artwork there on the front, not the normal Clients deal. And at the bottom, if you see, it says, "Whose toast is this?" And then on the back it says, "I heart sandwich," which I thought was just fantastic. And being a big fan of sandwiches myself, really felt like that was the shirt for me. So I think of all of the shirts at Decibel, that's the one that just really in my heart, But
it was like the color was inverted for the color of the Clients record, right? Because it kind of looked like the skull.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's like they did like a slipcase edition, and that was the slipcase art on top of the normal Paul Romano fucked up face guy.
Yeah.
Corp.
And they have merch for everybody, because given my love of bright colors and tank tops, this crazy shirt, which is like
There we go.
totally my jam.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And James and I both scored the fest only cannibal shirt, which we both agreed finally Cannibal put out a shirt that we would feel brave enough to wear in public. And it's fucking amazing.
Oh wow. Wait.
Yeah, you got like the Liberty Bell and like the skyline sort of shit. A lot of zombies drinking beer on the back. What does it say?
Slaughtering suds in Philly.
Slaughtering suds in Philly.
Oh wow.
He's wheezing the juice.
That's amazing.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
great fest. I saw that it was going to be a hint that it was going to be back to April next year.
Mm-hmm.
They've been working their way back to April since they had to do all the rescheduling for the pandemic. So,
yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the lineup is next year. I might come out for that since there's no MDF.
Do it, man.
Come on, man. That'll be
it's
cool.
Killer.
And it's a shorter weekend, so I could just fly in Thursday night and leave Sunday or something.
Yeah, man. A little easier to do. But kudos to Albert and the Decibel folks for really putting on a fantastic event. Like, just really well done.
Yeah. The logistics of the whole thing were just, from our point of view in the audience, was seamless. Everything worked well. The lines for the beer, at least the first day, were not unbelievably long, and you could get what you needed and get back to your seat and see what you wanted to see very easily. The whole thing was really just well done in that regard, for sure. So definitely I add my kudos to fans there for the guys who put it together. For sure.
That's amazing. Well, it's cool. Like, these fests, man, even just, leading up to MDF, man, I was really blown away by the quality and the standard that was maintained throughout the whole thing. Like, just comfort and ease, and being able to, especially for a fest of that date, of that, size, and so many bands and things like that, like you go from a Decibel, and like, I guess, I don't know if those guys have anything to do with like guys like MDF, or they just know how to do those things. So it just makes me wish that we could see more of that kind of thing, like in the United States here.
Yeah.
With festivals. I mean, I've got the Fire in the Mountains festival coming up in about a month in Wyoming, which I'm really excited to see how that's gonna. They've only done it for like 5 years, and of course, the last couple of years they didn't get to do it. But it's like this huge, I think I had kind of told you guys about it, but it's, it's like this ranch that kind of overlooks the Tetons, like near, probably about 2 hours away from Yellowstone, James. And, so it's just one stage, I think, but it's a 3-day fast. And like the first day is all the acoustic sets. So it's like Nichachwin, Mike from Yob, Steve Von Till.
I love that acoustic record of his.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Probably by Steve Von Till or
Mike.
Yeah. So he's going to do that. Steve Von Till, his solo records are really great. He's got like 3 of them, whatever. He's headlining the sort of acoustic Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday are kind of the more, the heavier bands. Saturday, I think. Enslaved is the headliner, and Wolves in the Throne Room will be there as well. I don't know if they're doing the 200s or if they're just going to do. They're probably going to do a mixed set, being that, they have a new record in the can. It's mostly like, it's mostly like black metal bands, and like, but there's like some traditional metal bands in there, like Eternal Champion and Visikoth. And so it's kind of a really kind of eclectic sort of lineup kind of deal. So I'm really kind of, of course I'll definitely be giving a report once I get back from it. I've got like a camping permit. We get to like camp there for like 2 nights, and
that's so perfect, man.
Yeah,
I'm hella jealous of you guys, but I'm glad you're doing it.
Yeah, I bought my tickets like 3 years ago when it was supposed to happen. And like they had a bunch of like the past year lineups were amazing. And it's funny because they're now saying that this is going to be the last one for a couple of years, kind of like MDF. Like they're going to have to reevaluate how they're. I'm sure having to try to keep rescheduling these things, and the amount of bands on this lineup, are to maintain that. I'm even just blown away that they were able to maintain the lineup that they planned like 2 years ago. Because I mean, it's really, very handpicked, kind of like MDF was.
Yeah. Don't they have kind of an artist curation model?
Yeah. Well, like part of the curation is Ivar Bjornsson is curated, like all the bands that are playing on Sunday were all handpicked by him, which I think, it's pretty, there's Yob, there's Wolves, there's Wayfarer, there's, of course, Enslaved, a few other ones. It's a lot of interesting bands that are playing, but it's but anyway, going back to what I was saying, it's always like it was fun for me to see like how you guys are talking about like how well put together the Decibel was. It's that it just kind of goes perfectly. It's like you would expect, or maybe some people that don't know the genre as well would expect that like, is this going to be like a poorly put together mess or some shit? Totally not.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's easier when, especially with the Decibel Fest, it's contained within one venue, and they just have to plan sort of one set of circumstances. Something like Maryland Death Fest is infinitely more complicated because they're dealing with 4 different venues, including the pre-fest, a number of different days, bands coming from, all over the world, and trying to coordinate all of that, I think it's completely unfathomable to me how these guys have done Maryland Death Fest for so long. Ryan and Evan, the guys that organized the whole thing, and to keep it independent, a kind of fest where you don't see, and you don't see this sort of thing at Decibel either, other than advertisements for Decibel magazine, but you don't see like Coors Light banners and stuff at Maryland Death Fest. It's not the kind of thing it is. It's independent, but a mammoth undertaking.
Yeah.
And it really gives me an appreciation for the kind of detail work and logistics that are involved in putting something like that together. So then to go to Decibel, you sort of see like this is so easy in comparison, and it runs super smooth because they put it all together in this one sort of package and, put it out there. I mean, obviously it's complicated and obviously it takes a lot of work by a lot of people, but not on the same scale as what we saw a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah. And, so to like kind of sort of segue into, our Death Fest experience, it's like, what you're saying there, James, is like, I agree. It's like, it's not only the fact that like you were talking about, like, you're not seeing like, Coors Light banners or like this like sort of mass advertising sort of thing that could like exist at, this was fully on like about on the ground for me, like, and not only just like the feeling of it, the way that it was like presented to me, like being there, but when you look at the lineup and especially like seeing a lot of the bands after it did, because there's a lot of bands I didn't know, and realizing that, this was very, very specific, handpicked kind of stuff. Obviously we had big classic bands, that are going to bring the crowds and all that. But there's a lot of stuff on here that it really, truly is about like the underground nature of extreme metal and, for band celebrating, the genre, these sort of multi-genres that cross over from so many years of history, and also the new crop of these bands coming on, that you can tell that they really, like every single band meant something to what they were trying to put together here, and that's what and that's part of the reason why I felt like it was like, man, I just want to make sure that I don't miss a moment if possible. And of course you're going to have to miss some moments here and there. And like, so like segueing into this, like me and Thann had the 3-day pass. You had the big 4-day pass, so you got to go to the day on Thursday, right? So you got to already, like right off the bat, got to see an amazing lineup from what it sounded like, and some of the bands I wish I would have had time to see. So why don't we start with that? Why don't you tell us about your first day before we got there and the bands that you saw?
Yeah. So the first day, Thursday night, traditionally you have the two venues going that are kind of right across the street from each other. Ram's Head Live, which is kind of a bigger venue, and then Baltimore Soundstage, which is kind of a mid-sized venue where I see a lot of shows. I don't actually go to Ram's Head Live very often at all, unless it's Maryland Death Fest or something akin to that. They did a Doom Fest one year that was called Days of Darkness, and like Ohm and Neurosis and a bunch of bands played, and it was all in Ram's Head Live. But I don't usually go there. Soundstage is the place where the metal bands usually come, and it's a very conducive venue to metal. Very easy sight lines. The stage is low enough that people can get up and stage dive and do all kinds of stuff, whatever they want to do. So what I usually do, and I've been to Death Fest every year since 2015, I think, or every time they've had it. What I usually do is go to Ram's Head and see the Doom bands play, because I know it's going to be like death metal overload for the next 3 days. And so I sort of have this first night be kind of Doom night, right? But for some reason or another, this time at Ram's Head, they had the floor open, which isn't very much space, actually, once you get into it and you get a bunch of people in there. And the upper deck, the balcony part, was all closed off and nobody could go. So people were really crammed into the lower level. And I just didn't dig it. Being on the lower level at Ram's Head, there are a lot of pillars and stuff and not great sight lines and whatever. And I just wasn't really comfortable there, like physically comfortable there. So I was basically going to see most of the bands at a Soundstage anyway. So I just went there and stayed there. I really wanted to go over to Ram's Head for Primitive Man, but like half the place went over to Soundstage for Primitive Man, and I knew it was going to be packed, and I was like, I don't need this shit, so I didn't do it. So yeah, I just stayed at Soundstage. So it started out with Malformity, who were great. I mean, they were really, really good. And this is a classic, sort of traditional death metal band. And I ended up getting their Fest shirt, which looks like that, which I thought was great. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good.
That's badass.
Yeah, I thought this was a great design. And then it has the Malformity Blood Grind MDF there on the back. So it was a Fest exclusive shirt. Fest exclusive shirts will become a theme, I'm sure, throughout the rest of our conversation.
Yeah.
In the chat, Rotivore were awesome at Ram's Head. I heard a lot of people talking about them. And I wish I could have seen them, but that did not happen for me. However, they're actually touring now, and they're going to be in DC in a few months, and I'm planning to go see them because I heard so many good things about them at the fest. So Rotivore is definitely in my future, because as Maze of Torment commented, they were apparently very good.
And that's Devin, by the way, the guy that was the younger guy that was hanging out with us, the blonde-headed guy.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So then was Putrid Pile, which is one guy, and apparently his plane was late or something, and he went like straight from the cab on stage. He almost missed his set, but you couldn't tell, like from his playing or his growling and stuff. Like he was totally there and put on an awesome set. Mortiferum or
Mortiferum, yep.
Where you're coming from, whether you're Italian or Latin or something. They were one of the highlights, actually, of Thursday night for me. Definitely a band to look out for. These guys are.
I love that band. If I was, that's the one thing I was so bummed I missed was those guys.
Yeah, totally fantastic. And the whole that was really the point in the evening where the energy level of the crowd went up in a palpable way, where you knew like, okay, something special is happening right now while these guys are playing.
Yeah, they're badass.
Like they were really, really excellent. And then Skeletal Remains, of course,
Great.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I went over to Power Plant and saw Mortician. And basically, the whole deal with Power Plant, as I'm sure we'll get into, this was a little bit less crowded and crazy than it was the other nights. But still, like I was looking at Mortician from, at least 50 yards away.
Yeah.
Like pretty far back.
That's insane.
And I could see everything going on more or less. And I of course heard it because you could hear it on the moon because they were so fucking loud. But it was just fantastic. Like they were right there, playing the hits, doing the whole thing, and then went back to Soundstage for Scattered Remnants. You can see here the Mark Riddick design.
Yep.
The Scattered Remnant shirt, and for Pyrexia, who also were unbelievable. Like they were the headliners at Soundstage and were fantastic. I was surprised. One of the guys in the chat got his ass kicked during Mortician. I'm sure he was not the only one because there was some ass kicking going on. But Pyrexia was interesting to me because they had a real kind of New York hardcore vibe. I mean, they were playing straight up, old school death metal for sure, but it really reminded me of seeing Agnostic Front in concert, sort of their stage vibe and kind of the way they were, sort of interacting with each other. Very much reminded me of Agnostic Front. And I wondered how much, because I don't know sort of the history of the band that much. I know they're from that New York scene, but how much the kind of hardcore scene and death metal scene were interacting, I'm not really sure. But the vibe was definitely there. So I sort of had that kind of Agnostic Front vibe, and I love Agnostic Front, so I was totally into it. Besides being just an incredible death metal show.
Yeah.
So it was really cool. That first night, I saw a lot of great bands. It wasn't as sort of crowded as it was the other nights, and just went unbelievably well for me.
Yeah.
And I actually, on the first day you guys were there, we had a little bit of a different experience because I started my day back at Soundstage before I went to Edison Lot. And I saw No Moss, which is, as anyone who knows me knows, No Moss is my number one DC based band, right? For Kings, No Moss.
Yep.
Love those guys. I see them every chance I get, and this was a chance, so I saw them. And
I ordered the vinyl. So
I'm sorry, say again.
I ordered the vinyl. So
yes. And they were followed up by Cloud Rat, who are a fantastic grindcore band, female vocalist who just screams her head off, and really, really interesting. Cloud Rat has gone a lot of different directions musically in the past few years, but played just a killer, just grindcore hard set for that set at Maryland Death Fest. They really knew their audience and just went straight for it, went straight for the jugular with their set. So that was really cool to see. I was not, however, outside, and this is probably the thing that maybe people, if you know about what happened, you know what I'm about to say. During No Moss's set, one of the kids who had come to the festival committed suicide and jumped out of the parking garage above Soundstage and landed in the street and killed himself. And some of the guys who were outside of Soundstage, some of the metalheads who were outside, ran over. And I'm getting this secondhand from people after No Moss finished. I went outside and there was just complete chaos. And people were saying that some people went over and tried to give him CPR. It didn't work. They were waiting, you know, while they were waiting for the ambulance to come. The ambulance came, and by the time I got there, the ambulance had left with the kid, who was already passed away by that point, and there was police tape everywhere. And a lot of people were super traumatized by this, because people were outside a soundstage just hanging out drinking and saw this happen, you know. And that's the sort of thing that can, you know, scar a person for life.
Yeah, completely traumatized.
Yeah, completely. And so that was like the crazy, like, just unbelievable way that the sort of main part of this whole experience, you know, sort of got into gear, and it was just unbelievable, you know. And so the not to sort of minimize the tragedy of what happened, but one of the things that resulted in this was this all happened right where the shuttle bus was supposed to pick people up that MDF had. This is just an example of like the kind of shit you have to deal with when you're planning something like this. They had set up a bus stop for the shuttle bus to take people from this area where there are these two venues over to the Edison lot. And there was complete chaos in the streets. And of course, there was nobody able to sort of figure, you can't just figure that out, where to stop a bus and do all that kind of stuff just on the fly, you know. It took them a few hours to figure that out. So after I saw those two bands play, what I ended up doing was just walking over, which was not very far, walking over to Edison lot, and got to Edison lot and had to stand in a pretty long line of people to get in. And that was the only time I had to stand in a line the entire festival, was to get into Edison lot that first day.
Yeah.
And missed the first band, but got to you guys by the time Massacre was playing. But this thing that happened at Soundstage was just terrible, and really put kind of a pall over the whole thing. Yeah. I think for a lot of people who were there, especially who saw it. I mean, I can't even imagine. But yeah, for me, it was just that whole second day, that whole Friday was just real weird, you know. Yeah, just the whole vibe of the thing. So anyway, by the time I got to see you guys, Massacre was on, and they were were awesome. So what happened with you guys getting there on Friday?
Yeah, so before we start into that, so it was somebody that had come for the fest.
Yeah,
I didn't realize. I thought it wasn't, but yeah.
I had initially heard that it wasn't, but it ended up that it was a guy who some of the people at the fest knew, kind of in an online way, because he was in some kind of band and had kind of a history of, you know, social problems or something. I'm not sure. I don't want to say because I don't know exactly, but I just heard all this sort of secondhand. Axel was the kid's name. Yeah. Evan is saying.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. I mean, I think, you know, for me, and you know, thanks for recounting that, James, because it's a pretty significant, you know, event, you know, for the whole thing. I think at the time we were all thinking that, or at least me and Thann had heard that it wasn't somebody that was a festival goer. It was just some, you know, coincidental event, but apparently it wasn't. It was somebody that was there. So it's unfortunate because, and it's a bummer because like the whole fest beyond that was there was nothing like that happened. I mean, there was a couple of goofy things that happened, but I tried to sort of just, you know, I think the guy was obviously, you know, hurting big time, and I don't want to tie it into like I'm not going to allow myself to think like I tied it into something like there was a grind band he saw that like he heard "Go Kill Yourself" or something. He like, did it? Obviously, the guy, you know, which people would draw that conclusion, being a fucking grind death fest or whatever it is, that he heard the devil and he fucking answered it or whatever. You know, that was not. You know, I don't think that was the case. Whatever it was an awful thing that was tied into it, and you know, thoughts go out to his family and friends, and I'm sorry that had to happen for sure. And I'm glad that I'm glad that it didn't like ruin your experience, James, and like you weren't like right there, because if you had been, it may have. I mean, for me, it might have fucking, you know, put a wrap in the whole thing. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if I had seen that actually happen, I probably would have just gone home. Like that's the sort of thing you don't just get over.
That's
so,
I can't imagine. Yeah, I mean, that was obviously like the big thing on Friday, but as on the whole Friday, God, I feel for the organizers for so much that went down on Friday, because while all that was happening at Soundstage, Jimmy and I were driving in from Philly, planning to get there for the, I think 2:30 or 3 start time of stuff in Edison lot. And it was a slow drive down because it just like poured on us all the way down. The 2-hour drive from Philly became slightly longer than 2 hours. We didn't get delayed too badly, but they had to move a bunch of stuff around, move bands. Well, basically they just moved some of the early bands at Edison lot elsewhere, I believe.
Yeah, Scorched. They got moved.
So we were just once we got there, we were just kind of like, hurry up and wait, because they weren't even going to open the gates for probably at least an hour after we got there. So we were just chilling around. And then once that happened, we had to stand in like 3 different lines to get our wristband, actually to like show our IDs, to like sign a waiver, to get our wristbands, and then to finally get in. But we got in time to see. Had Graveyard started when we?
I think they had already started when we walked in. They had just started.
Yeah, we didn't miss much though.
And they moved Scorched to Soundstage later that day because I saw them.
Yeah.
At Soundstage.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like that whole experience, like driving in, and I think I had kind of maybe told you guys about this, but not ever having really been to Baltimore in my life. I've been there when I was a younger kid, but I don't remember it. But I had probably mentioned to you guys that, like, I'm a huge fan of The Wire, the show The Wire. So like that's my own knowledge of Baltimore, and like so like driving into the city, immediately looking around on the streets, I was like, this is it. I mean, this is fucking. I always liken The Wire to like one of the most realistic things I've ever seen, in terms of like drama, and I could see the the boarded up, like kind of buildings next to the nicer buildings, and like kind of getting into the downtown area. And it was kind of a very profound kind of experience for me to kind of just like be right in the middle and realize that the Death Fest is happening right in the epicenter of that sort of that drama and the narrative for me. Kind of fantasized it in a way for me in a way, but getting to the parking lot there, and took us forever to find the goddamn parking lot because the street would never line up, but we found it eventually, and thanks to Thann, because I was just like, bro, I'm I wish I could have helped, but I was just like, he's got it. I'm gonna leave,
I knew where it was, but like any city in the Northeast, it's like the one-way streets and like it's like I remembered that you can't just put like you can't find it on the map and like click on the thing that says Edison whatever, because it'll try to take you through some shit that doesn't exist. And finally I figured out what I had to put into my nav to get me on the right direction to actually go into the parking lot. And that we probably lost like 20 minutes dealing with that, but by the time we got there, it didn't matter because
it didn't matter. It was funny. Like we kind of like looped around like 3 times or whatever it was, and like for me it was cool because I kept like getting a view of where we are, but yeah, we eventually got in there, we got parked, and then it was like, okay, well, it's starting a little bit later, so we just kind of like chilled in the truck, listened to the new Blind Guardian track, and
that's right.
Got ready, and I went and sat in line and took a little bit to get in there, and I think as we got in, Graveyard was still playing, and we managed to catch a little bit of their set, get a lay of the land, for me, and I was just instantly just kind of blown away by this big place, man, and just like, oh wow, this is perfect, man. This is just amazing. You got tons of bathrooms. Everything seems set up really nicely. Just getting kind of an idea of how the next 3 days would transpire. It felt to me very like welcoming in the sense that this is going to be a lot of, a lot of standing up for sure, but it's going to be comfortable. So, we get in and Graveyard starts and go from there.
Yeah, Graveyard was cool. I remember that they were incredibly enthusiastic. I remember not being terribly blown away by their brand of death metal, at least in
Yeah,
a
they're
lot
all
of
right. They're from
things.
Spain, I think, right?
Yeah, and that's very cool. Again, very enthusiastic. But I think I heard a little, and then like could still hear over in the merch. I wanted to kind of get the lay of the land of the merch and everything too. And they hadn't set up any of the fest specific merch or anything at that point, which was always kind of like an ordeal. It's like if you're there first thing, like you can count on like them finally opening shop while a band that you really want to see is playing, so you don't manage to get first in line to get shit and you end up having to miss something else you want to see to get the shirt that you want to get. It's like, oh, so you kind of have to make those tough choices. But yeah, we had Graveyard, and then we had good old Cam Lee and Massacre, and Cam is the star of the Massacre show as always. Amazing between song banter as always. Amazing.
Well, I'll say that he kicked it off in terms of like the stage banter. What would come from there with all the great singer stage bantering going on throughout the fest? He kind of started it.
Oh yeah. He pummeled us with the chip on his shoulder, just positively. They're great, heavy, old school, everything that you would expect out of Massacre. I couldn't really get an idea of who was playing with him, because I know on the most recent album it's like a bunch of Swedish guys, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I couldn't really tell what was going on there. They're cool, and then James, you joined us at some point in that.
Yeah. After the first couple of songs of Massacre.
Yeah.
And then Atheist.
And then fucking Atheist, man.
Blew my mind. Loved it. I mean, because I love Atheist, and I was kind of curious to see, like, it's just Kelly Schaefer, so how was the band going to be? And the band was fucking great. I mean, they fucking nailed it. I mean, and Kelly Schaefer was hilarious, and they sounded good, and they were pretty much what I hoped they would be.
Yeah, I could tell. I don't envy the sound engineer with a band like that, and I noticed that most of the early bands on the bill each day just had the like company engineer running their front of house sound. It was only like maybe the last couple of bands on each stage each night that seemed to have their own guy running the boards for them. And with a band like Atheist, I really don't envy any engineer that just like is like, I'm running some death metal sound, because they're so weird. Like, it's sonically they're such a different sort of band than anybody that we saw in pretty much any other death metal band that you would see, because it's just so wacky, except maybe like Nocturnus. But Atheist is a little bit more refined than Nocturnus, I feel like.
Yeah.
But I still had a blast seeing them, and it was the first time for me. Kelly is just, he's one of a kind, and even without a guitar in his hands, just it's his show, and seeing him do all of his like kind of pseudo conducting sort of stuff, just like feeling the stop start grooves and stuff was so great, because it's his shit. It was awesome. Dream come true. Didn't have any merch there, but I ordered a tank top, which is pretty fucking sweet. I would show it to you, but it's really dirty because I wore it to the gym today.
Yeah. Yeah. And, he had the the trademark hilarious Kelly Schaefer banter, which James was talking about later. He's like, oh, how about that COVID, huh? Yeah. Man, that was fucked up. Hope that doesn't happen again. It's like, yeah,
boy.
We don't either, man.
Yeah.
Well said. Very well said, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Priceless.
fucking priceless, dude. Yeah. I mean, but they their stuff is just so crazy and just off the hook. I don't know. It's just like they're one of those bands that like shouldn't make sense, but they kind of do. And I don't know. Yeah, I was really impressed. I was happy. I'd never seen them before either, and I go way back with that band. So That was cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll say I was a little put off by the sound, honestly. Like, I feel like if I had seen that same set in a theater where they had their own sound guy who really knew what was going on, I would have enjoyed it 200% more.
Yeah.
But even in those circumstances, I enjoyed it very, very much. But I still had that feeling while it was going on, like I'm not getting the full experience.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So for me, I mean, you know, for me it was a little disappointing, frankly, just because of that aspect of it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, you know, like the three of us were, you know, standing next to each other for a lot of this, you know, seeing band after band after band. And the three of us who know each other and are friends and are watching this music together have very different experiences. And this is one of the things about this festival, because it's so big and there's so many different bands and so many different things going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Is that every single person at this festival has a different festival. And it's not just sort of, you know, perception being reality or whatever. It's the idea that you can, depending on the choices you make in a situation like this, and the way you feel at that particular time and how much your legs hurt and all those other things that become factors. Like, you can have a very, very different experience, and your death fest is your death fest, you know?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things about this festival, is that they put it together in such a way that everyone really can make it their own experience, and it can be whatever you want it to be, provided you like death metal, you know. There are certain things that need to happen, you know, like you need to meet them halfway. But in that sense, within that world, you know, like everyone's death fest is its own thing. And I think that's one of the most interesting things about it, because I talked to people who were there later, not just among us, but other people, and they're very different perceptions of what went on, you know, like what this festival means and what it is very different for a lot of different, you know, for everyone who goes. So that's one of the things about it that I find so fascinating. And just to, you know, talk to different people and have that interesting kind of conversation about, you know, when you went to Death Fest, do you remember this happening? And like, well, not like that. You know, and you know, it's just it's such a cool thing. But anyway, I'm sort of rambling. So
no,
that's very well said, I think, you know, because like I had talked to people that, and we'll get into like, you know, some of the other bands, but like Immolation, for example, I didn't think the sound was as good as, like, I had other people tell me that they sounded absolute perfection. And I was like, well, the sound to me, I think you're right. I think everybody kind of interprets it in a different way. I mean, we can all probably agree on certain facets, like, okay, it was obvious that this band sounded pretty much perfect, and we'll get to that. But yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think that's really important to kind of, because there's so many bands here and so many bands from like our histories and stuff that like everybody's going to like kind of interpret it in a different way, like especially based off of like what your, you know, like your history with the band is, if you have any, or maybe if you just don't know anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think that's all a very perfect segue, at least for me, to the next band that we saw, which was Monstrosity, which was a band that I was maybe more stoked to see than any other band at Death Fest this year, because I've never seen them. I've really rooted for them for a very long time. You know, like I have Picture Disc Imperial Doom. I have my original CD of Millennium, and I used to have the shirt that I bought from the band, the Millennium shirt with that terrible digital artwork, but I wore that shirt to death. And I'd been pre-gaming the fest knowing that I was finally going to get to see them by watching a lot of live stuff from the last 5 years. And like, one of the things that, if you know anything about Monstrosity, is that like Lee Harrison has a hell of a time keeping a lineup together. And one of the things that impressed me in my sort of like, you know, kind of getting into Monstrosity and like getting reacquainted, or in some cases acquainted with for the first time, some of the stuff that they've done over the last 10 years. Some really great records. and a fairly stable lineup. And I watched a bunch of live stuff and I was like, man, these guys, they have an identity. This is great. Monstrosity actually has an identity after all these years. And so I was so super stoked. And of course, when we went to see them, it was like, who are these guys? Lee, what the hell happened? Who are these guys in your band? It's like, I know one of them was like the original bassist for Malevolent Creation, like not unknown people, but it's like, dude, and they sounded good. But it was like, I came expecting to hear and see particular personality.
Yeah, the new lineup.
The singer that they've had for the past couple albums, I think he's fucking great live presence. Yeah. And not to say anything shitty about the new guy, or if it is like an actual new guy, or he just got people to go on stage with them at Death Fest. Like, I don't know. And I heard several people be like, man, fucking Monstrosity, they shredded. And I'm like, if they left the festival being like, hell, I didn't really give two shits about Monstrosity, and now I do, then that's fucking great. But for me, I was just like, man, Lee, what happened? But still good. Love them. Doesn't take away anything from how much I love their records.
I think maybe for me, like I because I totally agreed. I think I looked at you like as soon as they started playing, I was like, "Who the fuck is this? Like, who is that dude?" You know,
I know Lee's back there, but like,
because I mean, like for me, like they're one of my, they've been on and off one of my favorite, Tampa death metal bands, dude. I mean, like I've talked about before. I mean, In Dark Purity, I think is one of the great, Floridian death metal records, and they played a good bit from that. And even with the new band, I still thought they fucking killed, man. I just really thoroughly enjoyed their set, even though the qualms that you're talking about, like I had the same like problems, but I still thought the front man was great. I just was like, who am I watching? I could see Lee Harrison, that's good, and he sounded awesome. But I wish he could like maintain it. But I guess it kind of comes down to that, like Lee Harrison kind of is Monstrosity, no matter who he's got with him, and like all the music is kind of really at his behest. And like it's like Nile right now. It's like Nile is Carl Sanders. Well, I mean, Coleus has been there for a while, but I mean, like for the most part, he's always got new guys in there, and it's always still going to sound like Nile. That's kind of how I felt like Monstrosity. They still sounded like Monstrosity, how I expected them to sound, and I'd never seen them live as well. And for me, that was a pretty big moment, just hearing some of those songs, like from I can't even remember some of the song titles, but
Angel's Venom, man, that tune.
Yeah, that Angel's Venom, yeah, Divinity, whatever. Like, I mean, I still felt like they captured the spirit of the Monstrosity music. And Monstrosity is very much like, to me, a technical death metal band, but they're not technical to the point to where it's like they're like one of the tech death bands kind of thing. Like they always maintain that sort of Floridian death metal, but with a polished kind of precision like tone and just a groove, and like they maintain that groove. That's what I really like. So for me, I was expecting to be like blown away, but I was still fucking pretty, with the Passage of Existence lineup. But I was still pretty fucking happy with it. So
yeah, good songs are good songs, and they write really good songs. Lee writes really good songs. Primarily.
So, Suffocation.
Yeah, Suffocation. So I had seen the new lineup of Suffocation, meaning not Frank, before, and really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it this time, but I was going to mention that during the Suffocation set, in contrast to the really terrible thing that happened earlier in the day at Soundstage where the kid died, then this made, for some reason, this like sort of bookended my day in a very weird emotional space, that a guy asked his girlfriend to marry him on stage during the Suffocation set. So there was like this thing that happened sort of counterbalanced with this other terrible thing that happened, and it was like the full range of like human experience, just like laid bare on, during Death Fest on this one day. So for me, because I had been at Soundstage earlier, that had greater significance probably than it did to someone who hadn't been at soundstage. But that was just made it even weirder, I guess is my point. Like, it was a really cool thing to see, and like I've always sort of, you know, thought that was like the perfect way to propose to someone. You know, it's like on stage with like your favorite band, whoever that might be. So I thought that was a really cool thing about that particular set, just to put that out there for non-musical, you know, the non-musical context of what was happening. And it was like in the middle of the set. It wasn't like or something. Like they were fucking thrashing and doing their thing, and then stopped and were like, "Oh yeah, this guy wants to come out." So I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
But I like the new singer. To go back to the music part of it, I really like the new guy. I think Frank has a certain stage presence and personality that is unmatched by anyone. He's one of the great frontmen of death metal, and that is missed, of course. But as a band, like, you know, like Thann was saying a minute ago, great songs are great songs, you know,
and great playing is great playing, and you can fucking always count on Suffocation to play great. I've heard them sound better, but it was so clear that they're still one of the tightest. I mean, just start stops. One of the things I really appreciated about this set this time, I've seen them play with Charlie, the other guitarist, before, but I never appreciated his lead playing as much as this time. I felt like I think he's really coming into his own. I think he's a good kid, and I'm glad that Terrence has got a guy that seems in it for the long haul, because they've had a lot of really good guitarists be in that second slot, and it's good that they're going to have somebody that can live up to it, and he fucking kicks ass. It's great.
Yeah. I would also agree that Ricky won me over completely. That was the first time I ever saw them with him. I've seen Suffocation quite a few times with Frank, and the last time I saw them was with some other singer. It wasn't Ricky. It was somebody else they had filling in who was good, but Ricky definitely won me over. And they played I don't even think they played anything new. I think they stuck to Effigy, Despise the Sun, and Pierced. I mean, did they play anything from Breed and Spawn? I can't remember.
They play the title track, but I kind of almost think of that tune as being from Pierced from Within, honestly.
Yeah, they did a lot of Pierced, a lot of Effigy. I mean, like, it was cool. It was like in the spirit of the fest was like these bands keeping with the sort of the classic set. But yeah, dude, I mean, like, kind of made me realize that, like, not that I didn't realize it before, but we need Suffocation in our lives, So I mean, like, and they, when they bring it, dude. I mean, like, there's something about their music that's so special beyond other death metal bands that it just kicks so hard, man. And yeah, for sure, amazing. I loved it.
Always. Even if it's not the best, it's still amazing. And then it was around this time that I feel like we found out that because more weather was coming in, that the last two bands at Edison were being moved to Power Plant. Yep, heavy, bassy, devastating. Yep, that's Suffocation. Was it Obituary and Carcass were being moved, and so therefore lots of people jumped ship during Demolition Hammer's set, but they crushed. I like their vibe. Super raw, super aggressive thrash in the sort of same conversation as a Dark Angel. Totally fantastic. I don't think they blew me away this time as much as when they played the fest a few years ago, but I mean, there's something to be said about your first time. But they were still killer, and we stuck it out till the end and hauled ass over to Power Plant after that as the rain was starting to fall.
Yeah, because I think at the time James had left.
Yeah,
you had left, and
I left right at the end of Suffocation.
Yeah, that's right.
And went over to Soundstage.
Yeah, you went to, and so like. And then we were just realizing we're gonna have to move. Like, I wanted to like focus a little more on Demolition Hammer, but I think like so far the day I was like had so much focus on all the previous bands. I might have been like a little checked out, even though I like Demolition a lot. But there was a few moments where like the dude was like saying some hilarious shit. I don't even remember what he said, but
Yeah, totally.
like either like going to the bathroom, whatever, kind of like realizing like it's about to rain, like we're gonna have to move and not really knowing what to expect. So you had gone to Soundstage, James, and at that point, oh no, did you go to Ramshead or Soundstage at that
No,
point?
I went to Soundstage, and I had intended to go to Soundstage anyway.
Right.
It had nothing to do with the change in lineup or anything.
Because you wanted to see, what was it, Blood Feast or Scorched or?
Well, Scorched. Initially, I forget who was going to play, but there was somebody that I wanted to see at Soundstage that got moved, and I missed them. But I got there in time for Scorched. And shout out to my new friend Darren, who I saw at Soundstage quite a bit. He put some stuff in the chat here about being at Soundstage, and Darren, totally good dude. We had some great conversations about grindcore. He's an old school grindcore head, good guy. He puts out this thing called Death Rock Magazine. It is a magazine.
That's Death Rock guy. Okay.
Showed you guys that, really nicely put together, glossy pages and the whole bit. Really super cool. Good guy. Had some good conversations with him, but I saw him again. I had seen him Thursday night at Soundstage, and then saw him again when I went to Soundstage the second time, and saw Scorched and Pink Mass. Dude, these guys were unbelievable. Okay, so first of all, Scorched. Right, Scorched, great death metal band. The lead singer of Scorched is very like muscly, and he like doesn't wear a shirt when he plays, when he sings. He's like, doing like death metal poses on stage, right? Which, as we all know, has a sort of homoerotic undertone to the whole thing, right? Clearly. And I'm sure that's not necessarily intentional on his part. I don't know his life, whatever. But yeah, that's the reason Scorched, right? So he's very much doing this kind of like a Danzig vibe on stage, where he's got long hair and like no shirt, kind of muscly, doing his thing, right? Yeah, Death Rock Magazine is Darren. So that was a guy in the chat. Scorched is doing their thing, and kind of this what I would consider a homoerotic undertone, right? That's not doing their thing. And then afterward, Pink Mass comes on. The bass player is dressed like a leather daddy with this like hat on and this like his butt cheeks hanging out of this like stirrupy leather thing. And the two other guys in the band are dressed like gimps with like zipper leather masks with zippers on them. And the other guy has this hood on. The singer has this hood on, and he like has this one of those. It's not a cat and nine tails, but it's like a whip with a bunch of different little whips on it. And he's like hitting the guitarist, and they're doing all this like just absolutely overt sort of homoerotic S&M bondage stuff on stage. And I'm like, so it's like the metal world has this like sort of like undertone of homoeroticism, and then there's like Pink Mass that's like overt homoeroticism, and this grindcore band that's incredible. Like the stage show, yes. This is the thing. I don't like gimmick bands. I don't like going to see gimmick bands. If somebody dresses up in a funny hat and does, hoo-ha, whatever, but their music isn't good, I could care less. But Pink Mass is actually a good band. And they put on this incredible stage show that's just like nothing else you're going to see anywhere. Well, there are lots of places you can see things like that, but they're usually not playing grindcore. So it was awesome. I was so happy with Pink Mass. Really one of the surprises of the festival for me, because I sort of knew who they were, like they were the guys that do the bondage stuff and whatever on stage. But I had not really listened to them. But a couple of days before the fest, I downloaded a bunch of their stuff from Bandcamp and listened to it. And I was like, this is actually a really good grindcore band. So I'm definitely going to go see this. And it was absolutely worth it. It was one of the joys of the festival for me. It was so fun.
Pink Mass.
And completely unlike anything else I saw. And if you're at a festival like this and you're seeing fantastic death metal band after fantastic death metal band, which is what we were doing at Edison Lot, one after another. For me personally, like the music at this festival almost comes too fast to really absorb anything that you see.
Yeah.
So for me, going from Edison Lot to Soundstage was key because it was a different vibe. It was a different kind of thing going on. And it gave me a chance to kind of reset mentally from what I had been seeing at Edison Lot for the rest of the day. So you see Scorched, and they're doing pretty much, you know, the same kind of death metal stuff. But then Pink Mass was like off the charts.
Yeah.
Cool. And really just doing some very, very interesting things. And musically as well as a stage show. Super fun. And then at that point, because the stuff at Power Plant was a complete shit show.
Oh yes.
I went from Soundstage over to Power Plant and went like, fuck this shit. I was not going to go into that zoo. And I walked around to the back entrance of Ram's Head and went in the back entrance, so I didn't have to go through that Power Plant area, and saw the last half of Spite's set and stayed in there for Panzerfaust. And then did you guys see Panzerfaust?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so I saw Panzerfaust, and then Beverast, I think, was the other. Yeah, it was just those bands because the Achilles had been given the boot. And so there were just those three bands were all that I saw there. But that is to just say that I was in there while you guys were having a completely different experience, right?
Oh yeah, completely different. Because we walked over from Edison, and immediately we're like no one was really controlling who was getting in and out of the area. I had a hard time like figuring out what the deal was. It's like, because like we could have just been anybody. I mean, I guess the deal is like any normal person on the street would see what's going on there and be like, it's fucking pouring and this sounds terrifying. Oh, there's my wife. Katie's eating the rest of my dinner, but it's good. She just got back from rehearsal. Anyway, yeah, any sensible person would get the fuck out of there. So I guess it's not really an issue. But at the same time, like we were there was this like fenced off area that like that they weren't letting anybody into, but there was a lot of room at the back side of that, and we couldn't really figure out what was going on. We kept like fighting our way through this crowd trying to see what the deal was. We asked one of the security guys, like, where's the entrance to this area? And he pointed us back, and we went over there, and it was like no one was getting in while Obituary was playing. And so we were kind of hearing Obituary play, you know, it kicked ass. It played Circle of the Tyrants and all of this, you know, classic shit. But you know, we couldn't get to a sheltered spot and be able to see them, and it was pouring. So we ended up just going into the bar that was kind of open right next door and seeing if there was another entrance, like somewhere in there. It didn't really happen. People were coming out of one place, but we weren't able to get into that same place. So we just were like, we eventually, like after a couple of songs, we're just like, fuck it, let's get a beer or something. So we hung out in there where we could kind of hear Obituary and, you know, had our drinks and chatted a bit and enjoyed knowing that Obituary was over there somewhere. Yeah, I think Devin had a little bit of a more of an inside view of what was going on there. Yeah, it was just really hard to tell what was going on. So at that point, after seeing as much as we had, and knowing that's like, okay, a bunch of people just got funneled into this because they don't have anything else to see. People like us that only have the 3-day pass don't have the option of going and seeing things in the other venues. So we just kind of hung out until Obituary finished. Can't really say too much about them other than because we didn't really get the full experience.
Yeah.
But seen him before, always stoked to see him. Yeah, so once Obituary finished, a bunch of people left, and they started letting people in. So we went in to see Violence, which was next, which was super cool. Never seen Violence before, for obvious reasons. They haven't been a thing to see for a very long time. And I don't know their songs very well, honestly. Even though I'm a big thrash guy, specifically Bay Area thrash guy. Violence is kind of one of the few bands that I just like. I've known about them. Like I have that record on vinyl, but I haven't listened to it a ton. But just kind of seeing the vibe was cool. Sean Killian's voice was totally thrashed.
Wrecked.
Totally thrashed. Obvious that they haven't been on a tour in a very long time. And this was like one of the, like they've been playing for like a week or two, I think, when we saw them.
Yeah.
Like the crazy thing about it is though, once they started playing, like he was just doing his thing, but every time they would stop and he'd try to talk, it was hard to listen to.
Yeah. He's like, thank you.
Like I've been there. Like I know what overuse and abuse sounds like, and that is like far beyond the worst I've ever been with that. But man, poor guy. But they still raged. It was great. It was a little loud. Honestly, for me. It was kind of overblown to the point where you can't hear any of the nuance, and there indeed is nuance in thrash.
I was just happy that we got, kind of into the venue because, for me, like walking up to the power plant, it was like, when me and Thann left the Edison lot, it was like raining pretty hard. We had our rain jackets. It wasn't until we got to the power plant that it really started coming down. And it was like when it really started pouring was right when we got in there after Obituary played and Violence they opened up the gates and was like, okay, we're going to get in here and be able to see Carcass, which we really wanted.
Yeah.
So like for me, Violence was cool. And I was glad to see them, but I was like at the point at that evening where I was starting to kind of like fade a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go get another drink just to kind of like wake myself up a little bit and watch Violence and get ready for Carcass, knowing that we were going to, because I want to see the Ruins of Everast so bad, trying to just like make sure I stayed woken up. But Violence was cool. I mean, it was cool to see those guys. It was just kind of one of those things that we didn't expect that we would see. And then Carcass came on and it just like the place fucking, blew up. I mean,
it was nuts.
I mean, at that point we were a good ways in to where like we were in a good spot to be able to see the stage. I was kind of like marveling over the whole venue myself, just not having been there. It was like, just like half outdoor, indoor, like mall kind of thing. And there's fucking metal bands playing. It was just kind of surreal to me, having never seen kind of a layout like that. Like I was kind of expecting to see like these Gucci stores up on the side or some shit. And, like people walking around trying to like buy high end merchandising and then all of a sudden, Violence is playing or whatever. But, Carcass came on and it was killer, man. They did a great set. I mean, the sound was pretty good. I mean, it was just so fucking packed, dude. And
we got tossed around a lot
constantly being
during that
all over
set.
the place, like people coming in, back and forth, and but they did a good set. I mean, they played, some new stuff, some old. I mean, they, good mix of stuff. Mix. Yeah, mm-hmm. I enjoyed
some grindcore in there, a little bit of grindcore in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yeah, cool. Always great to see them. Again, my complaint about that venue, about the stuff at Power Plant, was that it was all too loud.
Yeah.
Too loud for the amount of space that they had to put it into. Obviously I wear earplugs, have to. But even considering that, it was just like blown. It was like they set the levels for an AC/DC show, not not a show where there's a lot more moving parts. It's like you can't fit that many notes into that much space when it's all that loud. Number one complaint always. And that was the main venue where I felt that was the case. It was a little better for Carcass than it had been for Violence.
Yeah.
Obituary is not as much of an issue because they play slower and more simple music. But still, I had a blast with Carcass because people.
It was, yeah. I mean, I would have preferred to have seen them at one of the Edison stages, but I mean, still, like for me, again, like I enjoyed, for me, like the novelty of being at the power plant because it was new for me, and knowing that, you know, the Ram's Head was right there, we'd be able to walk in there whenever we wanted. It was just so, there was like an energy that I dug, you know, even though it was so packed and you kind of don't want to deal with it. I still enjoyed like being around all the craziness that was kind of going on there, you know. Saw Danny Walker walk by, and you know, saw a Scourge of Vinyl. We were like seeing YouTube people,
Oh
like,
yeah, totally.
you know, and it was cool, man. But you know, I mean, Carcass is one of those, you know, like I've seen them before, but I don't know if it was quite the definitive set that I wanted. Like they played all the shit that I would have liked to have heard, you know. But again, like you were saying, like it was just kind of hard to enjoy with so many people moving in and out, and you know, like sound wasn't perfect, but yeah, whatever. But you know, moving into the Ram's Head for me was really cool because it was like, oh, this is kind of a, like, I think we moved in after we didn't even get to see any of Panzerfaust, which I would like to have seen. But, you know, just moving into the venue there was kind of a nice feeling to kind of just be in a little spot there, and it wasn't packed or anything. And, you know, for me, the anticipation was big for the band that I wanted to see the most out of this whole fucking thing, you know. And, you know, so I mean, like a lot of people that watch my channel know that I've got an extreme affinity for the Ruins of Beverast, and that, you know, their music just like speaks to me and has a lot of meaning for me. So like, and as a band that you don't, you know, they don't play live very often. And even if they do, like, I mean, they're not in the States very often. So, you know, it's quite an opportunity. And like, we got to kind of like chill out for a little bit and wait. And then boom, all of a sudden they came on, and yeah, I don't want to like wax poetic too much about the band, but for me, it was a perfect experience from start to finish in terms of their set and their, you know, the songs that they played, because I love all their records. And they, you know, they focused on the new record. They did, I think, 3 songs off the new record. The rest was like, they definitely kind of reached. I mean, they did 2 tracks from Unlock the Shrine, the debut record, which is pretty, you know, more obscure kind of stuff. And it was cool to see them do that. But they, you know, for a guy that's a one-man band that has a full band behind him, I mean, I think they recreated their sound very well live. And, you know, I was glad that I was happy that you guys stuck it out with me to stay and watch till 1:30 in the morning, you know, for these guys to finish their set. And I think that was kind of a defining moment for me in terms of like the rest of the weekend, in terms of how we would approach, you know, because like it's so, you know, exhausting to stay up that late. And, you know, we drove to James, got to, you know, didn't get to bed till 3 o'clock in the morning. And, but I was curious to what were your guys' thoughts on the Ruin set?
It was great. I felt like it was with all of this sort of, not that they're not high energy. It's a different kind of energy. It's much bigger beats, much more sort of grandiose atmosphere. I felt like it was at that point the perfect way to kind of wrap up the evening. I also very much appreciated watching from the balcony and having something to lean on, because at that point in the day, like my feet and my lower back were just like hating me so hard. And I've been dealing with plantar fasciitis and stuff too. So like being able to take a little bit of the weight off my feet was amazing and really allowed me to enjoy it. Yeah, and yeah, they were awesome, man. And they even played a damn encore.
Cool. Yeah, I totally agree with you guys. The vibe, even though I had seen 2 other more or less black metal bands before they came on, it was just a completely different vibe. And that was one of the great things about that night at Ram's Head, seeing Spite and then Panzerfaust and then Ruins of Beverast. is that those three bands, although they are all under the umbrella of black metal, they're all very, very different and have a very different approach to black metal. And so Ruins was completely its own thing. It was the only one that had as much space in the music and as much sort of atmosphere to their performance. You just don't hear that with a lot of the other bands that were at Death Fest, in particular. And they were they were really, I think, a musical highlight for me for the whole festival because of that, because they were so different in their approach to music in general was just so different than everybody else who was at the fest. That was just really refreshing, and seeing that kind of thing, seeing that band in particular, it's a different, for me as an audience member, it's a different way of listening,
Yeah.
And I honestly, I was a little jarred at the beginning of the set because I didn't have I wasn't in the headspace that I needed to be in to listen to Ruins of Everast, because I'd been listening to all kinds of crazy shit all day,
Yeah.
And it took me about, I want to say it took me about 5 minutes to meet them where they were, to meet Ruins of Everast where they were coming from, and be able to listen to them in the way I needed to listen to them, because I had been listening to a lot of music that was very immediate and very much a hard punch, and being able to relax and be a part of that atmosphere was a very different experience. And so I had to adjust. And I can imagine someone coming into that venue and saying, I don't want this, this is boring. I'm going to go to fucking soundstage or something. I can imagine somebody, if they didn't take the time and didn't even know what they were in for, not taking the time to adjust the way you're listening to deal with that kind of more atmospheric music, and something that takes a little bit longer to get to the point of what they're getting at.
Yep.
More so than another band might. And it's so rewarding to take that journey with the band. It's just a completely different experience than anything else that was on the festival for me. So I'm so glad that we stuck it out that Friday and went through that. And as you guys said, it was the perfect end to a day like that, to have that kind of sort of musical coda on the end of this extremely aggressive day of music, So to me, that was sort of my impression of it, that I had to adjust my brain and my ears a little bit when they got started, and I was kind of like jarred and like, whoa, wait, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
But once I did, it was extraordinary, the whole experience.
Yeah. They're definitely that kind of band, Yeah, great. Yeah, I love your shirt, dude. Yeah, I bought the shirt.
Oh yeah.
But it's I appreciate your comments on that. It's cool, and it's it speaks to me that like you really took, like, even if you're not like in, it's very easy to like walk into Ruins music and like just be completely like offset by it and be like, I not even like accept it, but if you give it a moment and kind of just try to vibe with whatever's going on there, like you said, it's a very different thing than what we've been experiencing. I mean, there's not an immediacy to their music. It's more of a enveloping sort of unfolding atmosphere that you kind of have to like, maybe doesn't, like for me, it's like maybe a band that works even better on record than it does like live. And it's cool if they're doing it live, but that's cool. I'm glad you interpreted it that way, because it was very meaningful for me to see those guys and just be able to recreate a lot of the music that I've been listening to a lot for a long time. So it's cool. Right on. Well, so we what happened that night? Oh, so we went back to James's. And
We tried to get some fucking rest.
Yeah.
Woof.
that was a
Man,
rough
it was a
night.
quick turnaround.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. We got up and drove back, and
Tried to get some breakfast, realized we didn't have enough time to sit down any place, and then ended up
Yeah.
picking stuff up. I got a Wawa sub that I took into the venue, and was so happy that there was no issue with bringing food, like a good sized sandwich in, because I appreciated that so much when I ate it during either Imprecation or Onslaught set. I can't remember which one.
yeah, because Imprecation was okay. Yeah. So I mean, we got there, and that was another thing about the whole thing. I was just like blown away. Like the staff were really nice, and obviously they're just looking for weapons or whatever, and fuck with your stuff too much. Get in there. Good bathrooms, good everything was really nice and clean, and I mean, like I just kind of blown away by the whole professionalism behind the whole experience. A lot of, even the security guards were kind, and so we got in there, and what was it, cardiac
arrest was in
Yeah.
progress. Just kind of finishing up, I think. Really, we got there just in time for some pretty off-putting little "don't take away our freedoms" rant or something like that.
Yeah, that was disappointing for me because I had been
Like, okay.
rest a little bit before the festival and had really enjoyed their records, and then this guy was like some sort of, like, I don't know, anti-vax sort of COVID denial bullshit that I was not into. I was like, oh great. Guess I'm not buying this guy's merch.
There it is.
Yeah.
had to be somebody, I guess.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
on there. Yeah, I guess we didn't. I didn't kind of remember hearing them play, but we didn't really walk in until Drawn and Quartered.
Yeah.
Started, right. Yeah.
Yep. Which was cool. Drawn and Quartered was cool. They had clearly a young buck playing second guitar that was still trying to pick up the tunes a bit, but it was entertaining to watch, and I dig that band. I think they're cool.
Mhm.
I kind of dig how they sound on record better than what I saw live, but they were still entertaining for the reason of trying to work it out on stage, which I very much appreciate as a musician, as a practicing musician, knowing that sometimes you got to roll with the punches. So yeah, they were fun.
I think what I liked the most about them was just like, it was like so early in the day, and just like seeing this, like, kind of like an incantation level, like just, gross doomy death metal kind of thing. And it was just like in the morning, and like there's the interstate, and here's this, fucking doom death metal band, just like, crazy. I bought the cassette tape. This is their new full length. I haven't even spun this yet, but yeah, they were cool, man. I enjoyed them.
It's cool. I love their covers. I love the artwork on their albums.
Yeah.
They got a good image, consistent image going, which is, I feel like, to me, one of the most important things in metal is like the bands that I tend to like tend to be bands that pay a lot of attention to their visual identity, in terms of like how their records look. And Drawn and Quartered, they've definitely got that shit down.
Well, and also you can see the young guy is not in the picture there. This is their new record, so he was definitely new. For
There
sure.
it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Well, he did a good job. He
They were
kept
cool.
his wits about him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if it's okay if I move on,
Oh yeah. Oh.
You have to move on
because I'm wearing the damn shirt
Yes.
of the
You
band
dressed.
that
You dressed for the fucking occasion, man.
slayed me more than anybody the entire fest, in terms of just like I was very, very optimistic about how Enforced was going to go down, and they did not disappoint at all.
They were one of the best bands of the fest, for sure.
One of the best bands of the fest. I wore this shirt on day one of Metal and Beer as well. And there was a period of time where, because there was a lot of crossover of people that went to both fests. Clearly, they're close together. There was a period of time where like every like 30 seconds when I was walking around tasting beer and stuff, people were like complimenting me on my Enforced shirt. Like, I think that got a lot of people's attention at the fest at MDF. So
I just
cool.
couldn't get over how fucking tight and just well put together this band was. I mean, like, that's one of those bands that you're like, wow. I mean, these guys really have their shit dialed in. I mean, to a fucking T. I mean, like, perfect. I mean, energetic, fun. I mean, just like in your face. Like, you know, I almost kind of like, they don't sound like Suicidal, but it always kind of reminded me like maybe this was what Suicidal was like when they were like young and piss and vinegar, you know, just like, I mean, just completely just you know, even though it's more, you know, kind of death thrash, they kind of have some death leanings, but you know, mostly thrash stuff. All the thrash bands were amazing on this bill, but this band was undoubtedly the greatest and one of my top bands of the whole fest for sure.
Yep. I talked to Knox, their front man, at the merch table, basically right after they finished playing. A super, super nice guy. Was more than happy to spend a few minutes chatting with me and letting me know kind of what was next up for them. And it seems like they're on a very good trajectory, and you know, being in that similar sort of vein to that, you know, Power Trip, Creeping Death sort of vibe of more aggressive, thrashy, you know, thrashy metal with some death in there. You know, I think they do that extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see them again.
Yes, that bill is going to be fucking awesome.
At the fucking gates.
Oh, that's
Waste and Enforced.
Perfect.
It's going to happen.
That's a great lineup.
Yeah.
End of August.
Yeah.
I got to get my ticket.
Yeah, looking forward to that shit.
Are they doing the Slaughter of the Soul again, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perfect. I'll be
They
there.
are.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's coming in Denver too. Yeah, but Enforced, man, they blew my mind. They were so good, dude. The drummer was so good. I mean, they were all so good. But the drummer really, and you know, they were an example of one of those bands on that stage, on the left side stage, that sounded fucking perfect. At least to my ears, I thought the sound was like, God damn it. I mean, it's just dialed in right here. Because there was a few other bands that played on that left side. It was weird how, like, you know, some bands sounded, you know, fucking perfect, and other ones was a little, you know, a little different, too loud, or whatever it was. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, I thought by and large the other stage fared better in terms of sound.
Yeah,
it might just be how it's set up to some extent, you know. Not that there's so much acoustically going on with open air, but you know, there are hard surfaces, and that can kind of affect things.
Yeah.
Fucking Enforced.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Cerebral Rot killed.
I fucking loved them.
So
dude, they were awesome. I mean, they were exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
In terms of like what my expectation was. Like, they just came out, no shirts, just fucking disgusting. And I mean, like their tone, the sound was exactly like it is on the record, just a nasty, I mean, but catchy. You know, that I you know, I could be really outspoken about Cerebral Rot. I really love them very much, you know.
Yeah, they're one of the, I guess, I don't know if they're still considered up and coming. I consider them still sort of up and coming death metal bands.
Yeah.
But one of the ones nowadays that I'm extremely into and are playing the kind of death metal that I really like, that has much more substance to it than some other bands that are just kind of, you know, painting by numbers, you know. And these guys are fucking doing it, man. There's a lot going on there, and they put on an excellent performance at Death Fest, and really, you know, really showed us who they are, which is the thing. Like you said, you know, like they came out looking like they're just a bunch of grimy fucking dudes, and
came out of the swamp. You know?
Yeah, and they played the stuff to match, you know.
Yeah.
they played the music to match it, and that's cool. It was like a whole thing, and I they were that sort of run at Edison Lot that afternoon of Enforced, and then Cerebral Rot, and then Imprecation were three bands that I was very much looking forward to, who I think all delivered, and were three very different bands playing very different kinds of music, but really showed their wares in a very effective way. And I was super happy with that kind of three band thing, because there was nothing the same about any of them.
Very different. Yeah.
Very, very different bands, but all playing at a very high level and giving us something new to think about.
Yeah.
With each set. So that sort of sequence was one of the things that I really liked about this particular day. Those three.
Yeah. One of the things I really dug about Cerebral Rot was that that was a band that kind of, like, we talked about this already, but I thought their first record was good, but the next record was fucking so much better. And like, because of just how catchy it is, and how like the riffs are just like a lot more meaningful. And I liked that was the band that was kind of representing the Pacific Northwest. I mean, I know Mortiferum was there the other night, but in terms of like the SM Lot, like they were kind of the premier band from, because there's a lot of that sort of death metal kind of stuff coming out of Portland and Seattle and things. Maybe there was another one or two, but to me, they kind of represented that sort of feeling out of that scene over there on the West Coast, coming all over here to the East Coast and like bringing their brand of that grimy, Pacific, fucking disgusting forest death metal or whatever it is. They're not really swamps over there, but it's humid as fuck over there, just like it is in Maryland. But they sold it, I felt, and like the drummer, like, he does so much with so little. He's got those just a dun, 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 kind of like slow Mike Smith bomb blast kind of thing, but then he like does those huge like crazy fills, and it just Anyway, I could wax poetic forever for Cerebral Rot, but I loved them. Imprecation, I think we walked away for that. I don't know, which I kind of wish I would have stayed to pay attention to them a little bit more, because they sounded really good from where I was. I think we walked away to go to the Birch Table or bathroom or something.
We made the choice for merch around that time. I jumped ship. I mainly heard Cerebral Rot because I was taking the opportunity to try to grab some stuff at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of kept going into Imprecation for us as a crew.
Yeah, but I watched a bit of Imprecation, and I thought they were really great. That kind of more blackened sort of thing that they were doing. I really dig them. I think they're excellent, and they played really well. And yeah, it was super great as far as I'm concerned. And I don't know, like November Doom was next, and I don't really like. This is the second time I've seen them
at Deathfest.
And I didn't come away with anything,
Yeah.
Like, I listen to their records and I enjoy their records, but for some reason their live show just doesn't make an impression on me.
Yeah.
In a kind of weird way.
Yeah.
What did you guys think about that?
So I was really turned off. We talked about this on our before MDF stream, how I was famously really, really not into them the last time they were at the fest, and I couldn't really remember why. And I was like, well, fuck this. There's no real, if I can't remember why, then I need to give it another chance. And so I listened to them a decent amount going into the fest, and I was like, I don't understand why I wouldn't have liked this live, because like it's pretty cool. It's like, it's quality. They're quality on record. Like, it's obvious they put a lot of effort into what they do, into like producing their records and writing songs, not in that order probably. But I enjoyed their set this time. I mean, I didn't come away being like, holy shit, this is my new favorite band, but I remember turning to Jimmy at one point during the set, because I think, James, I think you had like taken off at some point, or like we're doing.
Yeah, about halfway through I bolted and went over.
I remember being like, this has like, I mean, this is there's a lot of Paradise Lost in here, like a lot. Which I think is kind of, that is a difficult thing for me, because I already know that I need to spend much more time with Paradise Lost.
Same.
So then I'm like, well, if there's a lot of Paradise Lost in here, and Paradise Lost is like the significant band of the two, which I don't think there's any doubt that that's the case. And I feel like I need to spend more time with Paradise Lost, then I should probably spend more time with Paradise Lost. But that doesn't mean I can't enjoy November's Doom, and I did. I thought their live show was great. I thought the frontman came off as incredibly affable. He had offered that if anybody saw him around after the fest, if they said hi, he would give them a free patch. I thought that was really cool, and then promptly forgot what he looked like, so I didn't do that. But I enjoyed it, and it's like, if they put out a new record, I will listen to it for sure, because they've been around for a long time. And kudos to them for that.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, like the bit of the set that I saw, which I probably caught like half the set, I thought was very good. Was very like I could feel their history. I could feel this is a band that's been around for a long time and is very, very appreciated, and sort of a kind of a sidestep from some of the lineup here, which is cool and great, to have a band that's going to be a little bit different, like sort of a Death Doom thing that have been around. November's Doom have been an institution for quite some time, as is like, similar bands like Paradise Lost or My Dying Bride and things like that. And I've always been told, if you're an Opeth, like old school Opeth fan, like you should be in November's Doom and stuff. And they just they always quite miss the mark for me. When I've listened to them in the past, and I was hoping that this performance would win me over, like would put me over the hump. And I agree with you, Thann, that I'm, I've got Paradise Lost records that I dig, but I'm just not enough versed in that band, as is like bands like My Dying Bride, which I like a couple of records I'm not versed enough, that I need to be like. I agree, like maybe I should go get versed in those before I delve into November's Doom, because it felt they might. I agree with you wholeheartedly, but. Unfortunately, they didn't quite win me over like I hoped they would, but at the same time, I really appreciated their set and their place in the lineup, because it was a nice diversion from what was to come. Having that sort of, because there was not like a lot of Doom kind of stuff on this. It was, I mean, maybe there was there's an Autopsy has a Doom element, but I mean, it's mostly kind of deviating from this kind of style of band, so. I still kind of remain in I'm not sure with this band, and I kind of want to stay like that. I don't want to ever write them off, because I know a lot of people that really, really dig their stuff, but they just didn't quite win me over the way I hoped they would. Great. I mean, great performance though, for sure, for what they were doing. And the vocalist was awesome. Paul Kerr, I think his name is. He's okay. I mean, he's been in the band since the beginning, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so, good singer. Solid singer.
Great death growls, I mean, maybe that dude should go sing for Opeth now, and they can start doing death metal again, Maybe.
Strong words.
Wow.
It's a hot take. Very hot take.
Well, I mean, they're not going to, I mean, it's got to be something, right? So James, you left at that point and went to Soundstage, didn't you?
Yeah. So I left during November's Doom, I believe, and went to Soundstage to see Bowel Erosion, grindcore band from New York, who were out of fucking sight. They were so good. I was not like super familiar. I'd listened to their demo tape and a couple of other things before the fest, and I was blown away by Bowel Erosion. I thought they were
Quite literally.
Great.
Somebody had to say it. I guess it should be the only one who saw them of
Yeah.
us.
So yeah, they were fantastic. It was kind of funny. If we're just sort of giving hot takes or whatever. But the singer / bass player of the band from a distance looks kind of like Daniel Radcliffe a little bit.
Oh, that's distracting.
But he has a mustache. And so it was when they first came on, I was like, is Harry Potter like playing bass for this band? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And so it sort of made me a little suspicious at first, but then he was like fucking great and had, this great, death growl sort of thing and was a really good bass player. And like, I didn't think about that for a second after they started playing. It was just a oral assault that was amazing. Like, they were really good. And in between, in between the songs, he'd, talk about how they were from New York and, doing that kind of New York tough guy sort of banter in between songs and stuff.
Yes.
But it was charming. The whole thing was just really, really great. And then Throat played, which was a very kind of raw black metal sort of, very much in the kind of Hellhammer sort of vein, that kind of speed metal, black metal thing, but very like raw and dirty, and like they're wearing like leather vests and stuff, and seemed like they didn't really give a shit about whether they were playing completely together or not. Like, they were just doing their thing. And usually I'm not the sort of person that goes in for people who are just sort of sloppy, but this worked. Like, it was fucking cool. Like, they were really great. And just like, I don't give a fuck sort of black metal sort of stuff. So I was really into it. I thought Throat was right up there with the best kind of bands of that sort that I've seen. I was super into it. Loved them. And then Cadaveric Incubator came on from Finland. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was the one. Like, I remember you were saying, like, on the first stream, you were saying like this was the band that was going to be like the most talked about, and this record fucking rules.
Yeah, they were great. And the thing is that the venue, they're probably not going to be the most talked about band because like maybe 150 people saw them, because everybody was over watching Coroner or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And the venue was half empty. The people who were there were treated to an incredible set of grindcore, and those, I mean, they played great and were totally fucking awesome. I was not disappointed at all. I was a little sad that more people didn't get to see it because it was just so good. And I picked up that CD for you and talked to the guy a little bit, the guitar player, super nice guy, just really, really grateful that, people were there and interested in what he was doing and, all that sort of thing. And that's the thing that I guess just from my own sort of anecdotal experience, it seemed like the European grindcore guys who were there just seemed a lot more like super appreciative of the fact that like anybody was really interested in them.
Really?
That vibe, like, I'm here at this festival and all these people like dig what I'm doing. Like, isn't this great? Like, thanks for being a fan of my music. I really felt that kind of just sincerity from the guy from Cadaveric Incubator, also the guy from Bird Flash.
Oh yeah.
And also I talked to the guy from Squash Bowels a little bit from Poland, and he was very much like that too. They all had this sort of just sense of like kind of grateful sense of sort of being there and being in this environment and enjoying what they were doing in a way that I just thought was really just nice and, you know, sincere and wonderful to be around. So Cadaveric Incubator was very much part of that kind of vibe that I got from kind of the European grindcore bands at the festival. And not that everybody wasn't like that. I mean, all the bands were super cool. Everybody I talked to was really nice, but these guys were just had a certain sincerity that I really appreciated. So anyway, sad that more people didn't get to see them, but those are the breaks because there is too much.
Yeah, and I also heard that Bird Flesh was amazing, but that was like later, I think it was the next day.
Yeah, that was later on, and I didn't actually end up getting to see them because we ended up going home earlier than expected. But I have seen them before, and they put on a fantastic show. And Evan says the guy from Bird Flesh was doing karaoke all weekend.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. He was a very affable dude.
Yeah,
super nice.
So we, so you were doing that, and then we, so at the time, me and Thann and Devin, Maze of Torment, we were all hanging out. We just went and laid down under the bridge for a little while Onslaught was playing.
Yeah, nap time.
Yeah.
We watch people take pictures of this black metal dude who was sleeping in front of us. Like a bunch of strangers went up and like got pictures taken with this black metal dude that was asleep on the ground.
He didn't even know what the hell was going on, dude.
It was amazing.
Dude, they walked away and he just like looked at him like, huh? They had like this huge group photo of the guy.
Like full corpse paint on, like amazing.
You know, Onslaught sounded great. I mean, I'm sure they were really good. I mean, you know, Cancer was next and didn't really pay attention to them. Sure, they were good. I don't know. We were walking around a bit at that point.
Cancer struck me the same way that Cancer did last time I saw them, which was just kind of like
rehashing.
Appreciate that you guys are still doing what you're doing.
Yeah, but
I mean, honestly, I don't know. They are the band that they are. I just always think the guitar playing feels kind of weak because
I never thought they were that great from the go. Yeah, I mean,
and with the front, I mean, it is the front man's band. It just, I don't know. They're just, I mean, it's probably as much my fault for not getting to know their material well enough to be able to appreciate it in a live setting. But it just never quite connects for me.
Yeah. But then there was Coroner.
Then there was fucking Coroner, who
blew my mind.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. They played a very grin heavy set, which is the record of theirs that is not the one I've spent the most time with at all. It's more of the kind of groove metal sort of record. But it does include really fantastic Tommy T. Barron lead playing. And that dude came to fucking destroy. Like, just absolutely put on a clinic of live guitar playing. And being the only guitar player in a band, switching between playing rhythm and playing lead seamlessly. They were fantastic. They're the Italian dude that they have playing drums for them, or he may be Swiss with an Italian name. But he was phenomenal. Great stage presence, absolutely commanding. Yeah, they did not disappoint by any stretch of the imagination. I thought they sounded great. I thought their sound was crystal clear. They were another of the bands that played on that stage. That actually sounded pretty damn good. Whereas I think generally the other stage was better represented in terms of sound. Yeah, Yeah, definitely. I keep forgetting how into Coroner I was, because there were just so many highlights. Coroner was absolutely a highlight for me, and I hoped that they would be, and they absolutely were.
Not to mention that, James was saying that everybody was, you're right, dude. It was fucking packed for Coroner. I mean,
Yeah.
like everybody was there for that. It was, it was like one of those bands that I felt like came out of the ashes and like deserved to continue going and should record again or something,
Oh man, yeah,
Power trio kind of. I mean, well, they had the guy doing like the electronics, but for the most part, it was a power trio.
electronics and some backing vocals he did
Yeah.
too. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, they're a three-piece, and oh my gosh, man, Ron's bass playing is still like so underrated. He's doing so much and also doing lead vocals. It's like, give me a break, man.
Yeah,
And
I loved them. I really did. I mean, I really just thought that they were just kind of like one of those bands that, God, I mean, like they were such amazing musicians,
yeah.
like they definitely have their own kind of sound. Even though they're kind of this sort of proto like tech thrash from like the late 80s or whatever, before any of that was ever thought of, and they still like their music almost kind of sounded to me like transparent in a way that it wasn't like from the 80s. Like it sounded like it could have been from today almost or something, Yeah. I mean,
except for the fact that it's not heavily down-tuned and the guitars aren't really, really layered. Like it's a pretty stripped down sound, which I fucking love. And anytime there's a band, a current like young band that follows that tries to take some stuff from that and not overlayer, not overly downtune, especially single guitar bands. Man, I'm so often really into that. Like what's that? There's that band from the death metal band from Tasmania. God, who am I trying to think of? It's making me really. I'll think of it later. But like single guitar bands that really rip. Yeah, and Coroner, absolutely that. And interesting enough, like right after another single guitar band that I found to be incredibly underwhelming. It's just like, yeah, they absolutely killed.
Yeah, they were kind of like a representative of like the thrash bands they picked for this were special. I thought, so yeah, fucking great, man. I really enjoyed their set, and for me, like I'm not really versed in the Coroner discography as well. Like I know some of the stuff like from the first record, but kind of definitely prompted me to like kind of go down their stuff, and apparently they're recording again, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, and Psychroptic was the band I was trying to think of earlier.
Yeah.
I really like them. Single guitar death metal band. Oof. Yeah. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, he is, dude. Jeff. I mean, Jeff, dude. You would have fucking loved it, dude. They were tight as fuck. They really had their shit together. So Autopsy.
What can you say, man? Autopsy is so good.
I think this was my favorite time seeing them.
I was actually really shocked. I may have mentioned this to you before, but every time I've seen Autopsy, which I believe this is my third time seeing Autopsy.
Me too.
Right. It would be because the other two times I saw Autopsy, I was with you.
Mm-hmm.
But every time we have seen Autopsy, they take forever to set up.
And why?
Why? I don't know.
Yeah, they have nothing.
It makes no sense.
Because they're just fucking shooting the shit and they don't care, man.
Yeah. Like it's very like I don't know. I have this impression of Autopsy based on these other times of seeing them as a bunch of totally disorganized goofs who happen to be a great band. And this was not that at all. I mean, he was a goof, but they're still goofs, but I guess they weren't given the leeway to act like that, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. But they were right on time and did their thing and fucking killed it, man.
I love it. And Chris's banter is
priceless.
Is among the best, if not the best. Just so much character. The dude, I would love to hang out with that dude. Such a legend.
You know, they kind of like in a lot of ways like exhibit that sort of Black Sabbath spirit of like death metal. Like they're just a bunch of like fucked up dudes that are trying to like get it together, and then once they get it together, they kill it or something.
Yeah.
It's just like I remember thinking like when Coroner was playing, I could hear Autopsy like trying to like I looked over and they were getting ready, you know, just like every band was, I'm sure. You know, I don't have any previous experience seeing them live, but I think it was another example of a band, a classic band coming out and doing a classic set, because the majority of the set they did was Mental Funeral and Severed Survival. I mean, they did a lot of shit from both those records.
I will never forget him saying, well, this next song comes from an absolutely terrible record called Acts of the Unspeakable.
Oh yeah, they did do, and that record is pretty bad. They did like, yeah, I think they might have.
It's no shit fun, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, that's probably their worst one, you know. But every time I remember thinking, like every time like they would finish the song, I felt like Reifert was like downing a beer. Like, so I was wondering how many beers did he down like between songs, because he would down a beer and then he would like cheers and he would just like completely just chug the whole fucking thing and just murder the kit, dude, and the vocal. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I loved it, and I love those early records, and it was just disgusting and awful, and like one of the. I'm glad that they were the replacement for Dismember, because I was really bummed that Dismember didn't make it, and you know, it was a fitting kind of thing, just classic shit, you know, because I like even like later day Autopsy I haven't really paid attention too much, except for maybe like Macabre Eternal, which is good, but it's like you know, like fucking it's like an hour and a half worth of fucking the same shit over and over again, you know. But I don't know, they're classic. And yeah, I know, Jeff, look, I was like standing on the right of the side of the stage and I didn't see that. She didn't piss in maybe she pissed in his mouth, I don't know. From what we heard, she was just getting you know,
yeah, apparently there was
job, but
face sitting in the pit.
Yeah,
was the report I heard.
Get a good tongue jamming. That's all we heard. I don't know. I didn't realize there was urine involved, but they are the urine junkies, right? So I don't know.
This brings up an interesting point.
Many.
There were a couple. I throughout the weekend, and this happens at metal shows relatively often these days, I saw people making out, like just straight on making out, not to the point where they were actually, you know, having oral pleasures or whatever, like these people in the pit during Autopsy. But of all of the emotions that death metal and extreme metal bring out in me, from, you know, sadness to elation, horny is not one of them. And I do not understand people who are like getting it on during suffocation or during Autopsy or something like that. Just, it does not do it for me. Like, am I just like not listening well to this music? Like, am I missing something here? Like, I just don't get it. I see people making out during death metal concerts and I think, why are you here? What is happening?
Attention, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, I can definitely say that, like, having, you know, spent time with both of you guys and spending time with your wives, and you know, and knowing my wife, and James, you haven't. Well, no, we all spent together with each of these wives. I don't think any of us would be making out with our wives during Autopsy. So I don't know. Yeah, I agree that, yeah, it doesn't really fit the bill. So I don't know.
Maybe they just got bored.
Maybe. I mean, I don't have a problem with people doing whatever they want to do. That's fine. I'm just saying, from a personal standpoint, I don't get the vibe.
It doesn't. Yeah, the vibe doesn't fit. Yeah,
it does. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
I don't have to understand it, because, as you said, none of us are going to be doing that anyway. So it's just not something.
It's like a sort of extreme kind of thing. I don't know. And Some of their music is kind of has sort of that like sadomasochistic kind of stuff going to it, and I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, it occurred to me because of the pit situation during autopsy that was something that I was perplexed by a number of different times over the course of the festival. So I thought I'd bring it up. But anyway,
yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think people will be debating the whole idea for some time to come. The pussy eating event during autopsy.
We have our whole lives to contemplate.
Well, it's the one thing that next to the unfortunate suicide that happened, that was the big things that happened during the event, but also somebody got married. So it's kind of this amalgam of, different experiences, the most happiest moment in your life to a moment where you've completely degraded yourself to offing yourself. I don't know. It's weird.
Full range, man.
Yeah.
Apparently Metal Madness 66 gets super stiff when he listens to Convulse.
Fucking Convulse, man.
Hey man, I wouldn't think anybody else would, Jeff. I mean, I don't even know that record. I guess I'm gonna have to go put it on because.
Well, make sure your camera's off when you do.
I know, yeah, for sure. And I'm not doing a stream with you, man, when we listen to it. So you're gonna just let us know next time. Make sure that it fucking sounds the same way than it did 20 years ago, because that's an old band. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, moving on. Cavalera's. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Another bucket list thing that I certainly never thought I would get to experience.
Yep.
I mean, I was telling you guys that I would never ever think that, or maybe then you were even saying to me, like, I never would have thought, I would see this Beneath the Remains. I mean, they played like pretty much the whole record, Beneath the Remains. I think they might have left out one track. I don't know.
One or two, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So great. I mean, that's like when I think back about it, it's like that's one of the great disappointments of, an initiation to metal, which for me was really filled with disappointments, honestly, like being someone who got into extreme metal in the kind of mid 90s. Like it was just one disappointment after another in a lot of ways. I mean, there were things there to fill the gap, but you had to dig. But Max leaving Sepultura, even though it was after Roots, which did not go the direction I wanted, but it was like one of those things. It's like I'm never going to get to see the Cavaleras, like the full. I mean, it's Max and Igor are so much of the identity of that band. I love the other two original dudes or for all intents and purposes, original dudes in the band. I love Derek. But it's the drums, the rhythm guitar, and the vocals that are the main elements that make those classic Sepultura thrash records what they are. And I just thought that once that happened, I was never going to get to see that. And, got to see it. And the band they put together was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal for it. So stoked.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that that what you were saying about them really being the heart of that repertoire, the Cavalera brothers being the heart of that repertoire, was borne out by our experience seeing Sepultura in its current form recently, who, Derek and those, and, Paolo and Andreas and all those guys, they can pull off Chaos AD, and they can pull off Roots, and they can do that repertoire along with their newer stuff in a very effective way. But they don't go back into the catalog that much to the earlier stuff.
Yeah,
and
they'll play a couple of tunes.
They'll play
Arise,
yeah,
maybe Inner Self.
Right. but it's not as good. And you, at least for me, I get the sense from them that that isn't really their repertoire. You know, the way the direction of the band after Max left was very much a continuation of that Chaos AD roots feel, and it went in, you know, a completely different direction that it likely would not have gone had the Cavalera you know, conspiracy continued to conspire. It went in a completely different direction, but it has its roots, bloody roots, in that, you know, music. But I don't think the Beneath the Remains and earlier stuff really works with the new band, and this is the band where it really works. Like,
especially with the dude from Gruesome playing lead.
Yeah.
That guy is a beast.
Like, this is just the heart and soul of that music coming out in a really, really effective way. And it's because of those two guys, because of the two brothers. And, you know, it's like nothing I'd ever seen before. It was really fantastic.
Yep.
I was completely and utterly impressed, because I love especially Beneath the Remains. I love that record. And it was as authentic a playing of that repertoire as I could have imagined on stage, honestly, without going into a time machine. So I was super into it. As much as I love New Sepultura, and I will wave the flag for New Sepultura,
hell yeah,
all day long, I don't think they can really do this very well. And I mean, it's fine, but because it's great songs, you know, like when I go see a Sepultura cover band, it's still great because they're great songs.
Yeah.
But this is the heart and soul of that early repertoire coming to life. And so that to me was super special.
For sure. Even if they didn't play Altered State.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that was probably, yeah, that was my my singular, very low on the totem pole complaint. Actually, it's kind of high because I love that song. That's probably my favorite song from Arise. They didn't play Altered State, but how the fuck did they leave that out? But they sounded fucking perfect. I mean, the sound was like, that was another example on the left-handed stage. It was like, goddamn, it was so good. Maybe there was a couple of like drum fills that he kind of phoned in a little bit, but I was surprised at how fast they played the songs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a lot faster tempo than the originals.
Arise was unreal. I was like, how
yeah,
any of this happening? That song is already very fast.
And there was like a couple of moments I couldn't tell I couldn't see the kit well enough because it was so packed. Like I don't know if he had like octobans or like a rototom set or whatever, but man, he hit those like big high toms for a couple moments, and they had that big like floor tom like right in the middle, and the way that he like, I couldn't really see how he was incorporating that into his, you know, kind of drum fills, but it was, you know, for me, I had said before that like those songs go back to my getting into metal music, and you know, seeing Desperate Cry in her eyes, and you know, those videos were so meaningful for me. And I didn't, you know, unlike you guys, I did not keep up with Sepultura, and I still probably need to go back to some of those records, the newer stuff. I just have not paid attention to what they've done. So
the last two. Focus on the last two. There's other good stuff there, but the last two especially are like.
There was Quadra, and what was the other one?
Quadra and Machine Messiah.
Machine Messiah, yeah, okay. I need to go back to those because I just have not. I think I tried to pay attention like to the Dark Green era for like the first two records, and after that, I kind of just, you know, fell out of it. I never like really paid attention to Max either. You know, like I thought the first Soulfly record was good, but you know, it was kind of teetering on like the new metal thing, and just didn't really care to follow it. But
yeah,
but regardless, yeah, it was a great set, guys. I mean, so yeah,
Nail Bomb reunion.
Yeah,
we'll be fucking stoked.
Totally.
Fuck, I think Max would be happy if that happened.
I would love it if that happened.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I digress.
Yeah. So Triptychon, the headliner.
Fuck.
I'm just gonna like go out and say that for me, I mean, like, and I told you guys I'd never really kind of warmed up to this, but I feel like actually the set won me over. I really enjoyed their set. I thought the whole thing. In fact, I really, and we'll get to it. I enjoyed Triumph, but I think I enjoyed Triptychon the most for sure.
Yeah.
Like just the whole vibe to it really fit as the closing band, as it was dark. I walked away a couple times to go to the bathroom or whatever it was, but I tried to pay attention as much as I could, and I did really, really enjoy it for sure. And I had no idea that it was Hans Grossman on drums until the next night, which blew me away even further. I was like, "What? Really?"
It's weird. It's a weird match, but you know, he's a solid dude with a lot with a lot of chops. You know, he can do a lot of different things.
But it was really, really good, man. I really just, I don't know. I guess maybe I felt the vibe better with the music live than I had previously listening to them. I don't know. There was something about it that just felt like it just closed the show out, and I could feel like the star power, you know, with Tom Warrior up there, and I don't know. I just thought he was really entertaining, and he sounded really good, and I really appreciated like everything he said, and I don't know. Yeah.
He was one of the personalities of the fest. Like he really brought his personality, you know, to the plate for this. Like he was so engaging with the crowd, both in Triptychon and even more the next night. In
even more the next night for sure. But I mean, he really was. I mean, the whole time I felt like he was just a fucking gentleman, man. Just a fucking really like, I don't know, just a showman.
Yeah, really fantastic. And to answer the question that's coming up in the chat a couple of different times, it was mostly Celtic Frost songs. They played a few Triptychon songs, and I think it was like 7 songs, and like 4 were Celtic Frost songs and 3 were Triptychon songs.
That is exactly correct.
And
right now.
They sort of interspersed the Triptychon songs, but they played all the hits, you know, the Celtic Frost hits. They opened with Procreation of the Wicked. They played Dethroned Emperor and Mesmerized and
Circle
of Tyrants. And then a few Triptychon songs kind of peppered in between. So you got a really good taste of Frost. It was fucking great because I love Celtic Frost. So it was what I wanted to hear. I love Triptychon too, and I would have been perfectly happy had they played a set of Triptychon songs, but I was even more happy with what happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, unbelievable. A great to me. And we talked about this at the time. That set in particular meant a lot to me personally, and I was kind of emotionally spent by that point after hearing Triptychon, and I just didn't want to hear anything else. Even though there were bands playing that on any other day I would have walked a mile to see. It just, you know, at that point, because I love that music so much and I was so into it, I just wanted to go home, and so we did.
Yeah.
At that point,
we went our separate ways. Some of us.
Yeah, and I think it worked out really, really well, you know, because I mean, I would have been happy to go see, you know, Deeds of Flesh and
hell yeah,
Wada. And Devin was saying Wada was amazing, which I'm sure I'll get to see them at some point. Necrophobic, I was a little bummed out, but there was no way we're going to stay up till fucking 12:30 that night and see. I think we you know, obviously for Thann had to go back, you know, and had a gig the next morning, and
I had to go to my church job the next morning.
I remember thinking like the whole time I was like, if James like really wants to chill, then I'll do it. And I'd love to see these bands, but at the same time, if you're cool to go home, man, I'm definitely cool to go home too, because I am tired as fuck, dude. Yeah. It was a good choice for sure.
Yeah, and you know, I just want to say on a personal note that having that time the car ride, back to Rockville and have a chance to really talk and have a kind of deeper conversation between the two of us, to me was wonderful, and that was a great part of the weekend to sort of get to know you a little better, and have some time to really bond. I thought was really nice. So I am glad that you ended up coming back to Rockville, Maryland with me, and we had that time to hang out because it was super cool.
It really was, man. It was a really, 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 I mean, just amazing evening for me because we had a really great conversation driving back. We got up. I really enjoyed staying at your house, and we got up, and me, you, and Natalia went and got breakfast, and got to talk a bit. And I just really, really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun.
It was really fun.
And then we didn't have to. It wasn't a feeling like we had to rush really hard. I mean, like. We got our breakfast, we got going, we got there and pretty much before the first band started for the next day. And dude, again, and I already said, but I really appreciated that. It was a lot of fun to because we really talked a lot, and I got to, learn about you a lot more and what you do for a living and stuff. And it was just really cool. Man.
Yeah.
So,
I'm super stoked that y'all had that too.
Yeah.
It was good.
It was really cool. I mean, like those bands that play, there's just no fucking way, dude. I mean, like we were up till like 3 a.m. the night before. I was like, dude, we're going to have to be there in time to see fucking, Sacrilegia or whatever. And the next day was like stacked. It's like, dude, we got to get a good night's sleep and just,
Yeah. And right from the get-go the next day, we got there a little bit early. We had maybe 15 minutes until Sacrilegia started.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys ruled. Like
they were awesome.
They were really good.
Yeah.
Sacrilegia, I thought they were one of the big surprises for me.
I mean, I went and looked up like their encyclopedia. I can't find anything. I mean, like they're on there, but I can't find any like physical releases of them. They didn't have any merch.
Yeah, they were. I think the only band I ran across the whole time that didn't have any merch at all.
Yeah, we're gonna get to Necrofire.
Yeah, and then Necrofire was the band after Sacrilegia, and absolutely blew my mind.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but yeah, Sacrilegia was amazing. But this band, Necrofire, and James had let me hear them on the drive getting in. And this stuff was totally up my alley because this is kind of like Devin. You missed out on these guys. You're saying I know we missed Iwata, and I wish I would have seen them, but you should have seen these guys because oftentimes like when you're a band that kind of has that sort of dissection, like you're kind of like there's a lot of dissection clones kind of things, and these guys are kind of in that realm. Like they're very dissection style, like melodic black metal, but they're really fucking good, man. If you listen to this record, I think they're signed to Season of Mist now. All they had were tapes, and I think they had a couple t-shirts, but it's really good. It's really dynamic. It's the problem I find with a lot of dissection sort of, I don't want to say clones, but dissection influenced bands that kind of tends to all sound the same, and this band I feel like has the dynamics to boot to it. And they were very, very good live. Really enjoyed them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't particularly get into Divine Eve personally. No. They weren't something that I was all that interested in. But fucking Nunslaughter, man, those guys.
Oh my god!
They put on such a great show. And just had the energy. It was like, 2:30 in the afternoon or whatever, and they were just going crazy and were just amazing, right? You bought that at the fest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like I don't know if you've ever looked at their encyclopedia, but it's just like insane. It's like mostly like EPs and like splits and empty. Mm-hmm. I mean, you go down the list, it goes on forever. It's like from the from like the early 90s or something. I mean, they've been around for a long time. I never realized that. And this is one of the compilations that has like a bunch of their split EPs and like, you know, just they don't really have a lot of full lengths. I think they have like 4 or 5 full lengths or whatever. So supposedly like their EPs are like the best stuff. But this, I was so won over by this band that I had to just buy whatever they had. They had some cool shirts. But this is kind of a cool, just collection of EPs and stuff. And I don't know, it's just like that band was they were the definitive of just fucking so much fun, man. Just hilarious, over the top, you know. I mean, I don't know. They blew me away and they won me over, you know. And like it's funny, like I was telling my wife about it, and I was like, "Don't tell your parents about Nun Slaughter because they're not going to get it. It's kind of a joke, you know. Like you can't take it seriously, but you know, because my parents, you know, our parents knew I was at the Death Fest, and they're like, "Oh, what bands did you see?" I was like, "Oh, you know, don't tell her Nun Slaughter. Tell them, you know, fucking." There's a lot of names you probably shouldn't say, but yeah, Nun Slaughter.
I keep saying just refer to them as Nun's Laughter. It's like an easy solution.
Yeah, or Nun Slaughter. Yeah.
And during their set, in walks this young woman who was sort of in a costume of like a sexy nun or something, who came in during that, which just made it all the funnier.
Oh yeah, there was a bunch of there was a few people I saw that were dressed up in like S&M kind of stuff and you know, fish hats and all this shit. But I don't know, dude. The dude was and the guy was hilarious. The singer was hilarious. Dawn of the Dead is his name. He's Don, but he's Dawn of the Dead. I mean, come on. That's when I realized I was like, oh, I get it now. These guys are total like. I mean, they're serious, but it's funny too, you know. And it was that guy was fucking hilarious. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I had this one clip like toward the end of it. I took a video and I showed Sarah, and he's like, "We're not Slaughter. We'll see you in fucking hell," you know. Just hilarious, man. There was that one song where he's talking about his ex-wife, and you know, probably half the guys in the crowd fucked her, but not that guy. He didn't fuck her, but you know, if he
definitely
did,
him,
definitely him.
Yeah.
I walked through the gates just in time to hear that banter. I was like, "Oh, okay. I am going to get to hear a little bit of them."
Some of their music kind of reminded me of like early like Absu kind of stuff, like just total like black thrash kind of shit. But it was good, man. It was good, and you know, well executed, fun.
Yeah, really enjoyed that.
Sweet.
Nocturnus.
Second time seeing Nocturnus AD at Death Fest.
Oh yeah.
This was another band that my enjoyment of the set was marred by bad sound.
Mm-hmm.
It was very much the same sort of thing that happened with Atheist for almost exactly the same reasons. I'm pretty sure. So I enjoyed the first time that we saw them at Death Fest.
Same.
Very much more than this. I felt like they didn't come across because of the sound.
Yeah.
So I didn't always feel that Mike was really on top of things. It might have been the sound, but also I kind of feel like he was kind of loud talking a lot of the vocals in a way that I don't remember was the case when we saw them a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
There were definitely some like significant balance issues with the keyboard. Like this shit was way too loud at the first. I was like, okay, it's an accent. It's not. We're not watching Children of Bodom right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did very much appreciate the little triarchy of kind of otherworldly death metal that this kicked off in this portion of Sunday's lineup. I thought that was a nice little touch, whether it was intentional or not. Jimmy, how did Nocturnus strike you, since you hadn't seen them before, right?
Yeah, I was really excited to see them too, you know, because I mean, I dig their stuff, but yeah, I would agree with you both that, man, the sound was just, I mean, that stage was this whole day for me, I think, except for actually, okay, so it was kind of hit or miss, but that stage, Nocturnus, I don't know if it was so much their sound, it was more so that I just feel like Mike Browning needs to stop singing or only sing and let somebody else play drums. You know, like maybe he just needs to play drums and let somebody else sing.
It's hard to say.
But I thought, you know, like I thought his band, it was kind of like the same thing with Atheist. It was like, here's the guy with a whole new band. And I thought the band, like, you know, pulled it off really well. I mean, they sounded good. They played a lot of, you know, the key, and I think that's all they did was the key and the new record. But I just felt like Mike Browning was kind of, I don't know, he pulled it off, but his vocals have never been that good. You know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They were kind of worse live, you know. So, yeah, unfortunately, like I enjoyed like seeing them, but it just wasn't quite what I was hoping it to be. You know?
It's cool. They're fun, and it's fun to see a bunch of people like just like going absolutely just full tilt on their instruments with like seemingly no consideration for anything else that's going on in the band. To some extent, it's just kind of how their music is, and it's just kind of a kick to see it happen live.
Well, that's the thing about them is that, you know, from the get-go, they've always been a very like out there. I mean, they never really quite developed to what maybe they could have been.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they always had a really great, cool concept. And I agree with you. It was a cool kickoff to what would come, you know, with the weird, you know, sci-fi bands. But it just kind of missed the mark a bit, unfortunately. And I still think like a lot of that has to do with like everything was kind of against them almost for me, because like the sound was not good. Mike Browning was as good as he could be, you know, but like it just didn't quite like reach what you would hope, like seeing a veteran band like Coroner who like had their shit completely together, you know, not to say these guys didn't. It's just like even Nocturnus' music, they just never like, I think that new record is good. It's just like, it's kind of just trying to recapture the glory of the key and not really, you know, quite there, you know?
Yeah. And another Morbid Angel cover, different one than we saw them play last time. And they didn't have to restart this one, which I was kind of disappointed with, actually.
Yeah. Disappointed that they didn't restart it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
It was one of my highlights last time, honestly.
Is that Angel of Disease? Was that the one they did? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which was cool. Yeah. But it was good. But like by that point, I was like I remember the whole day I was really looking forward to Nocturnus. But after Nunslaughter, I was kind of like, it didn't quite do what I hoped, you know.
Mm-hmm. But everything I hoped would happen happened during Blood Incantation. They were incredible, and that Fest shirt is also in my closet because they rule.
Exceeded my expectations.
Yeah,
which were very high.
Was this the first time for both of you guys to see those guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you know, for me, like, it was really important because that's, you know, hometown band here, you know, they represent in Colorado, and, you know, that's just one little part of it, but it did my heart good to see those guys here, you know, and like, and I love that they've become what they are because they deserve it, because they're fucking pros. I mean, you know, they're a band that, you know, wears their influences on their sleeves, but also has produced something that we can all collectively say this is fucking amazing for death metal going forward. Great band. All four of those guys, just pros, top notch.
Yep. The thing that impressed me the most, and which often impresses me the most about bands for whom this is the case, was that number one, They have very complicated songs that have lots of like high points and low points in terms of tempo, texture, distortion, not distortion with the guitars. Number one, they actually played those lower, more thinned out parts of their songs rather than letting canned things take over while they go take a fucking piss break or whatever, which a lot of bands fucking do that because they all play with backing tracks now. Like so many new metal bands do that, and it is what it is. But I appreciate it when these bands don't do that, and when they can actually play the softer, mellower parts of their tunes live, and the tuning doesn't all fall to shit, and the tempo doesn't all fall to shit. Like when they're still absolutely as tight playing the mellower parts of their songs as we assume they are when they're playing the more all out shit. Because a lot of times you can't fucking tell because the drums are too loud anyway. Sorry, always gets back to that soapbox for me. But they were so, like you said, Jimmy, fucking pros. They did it all. It was all tight. It was all so badass. And man, I'm so stoked to see what is next for them. I don't have the new one in physical copy yet. I finally listened to it streaming. I listened to it when I started kind of going down on my transatlantic flight over to Norway. I listened to the new record, and man, I really dig it a lot.
I do too.
I really dig it.
Well, I dig ambient, so I mean, like, a lot of death metal people don't dig ambient. I love that they did that. I think it was the coolest thing they could have done, really, because they're not going to continue. That's, it was a one-off for them. They, it shows that they can do other stuff. That's, it's not like they were going to bolt that whole thing out at the Death Fest or anything. I mean, it was, they did their thing.
Yeah, but I did think it was interesting that they referred to their music as ambient death metal at the festival. That's what they said on stage. And I thought, okay, like I had sort of seen that new record as possibly a new direction for the band or possibly a one-off thing, but separate from what they normally do as a separate kind of musical statement. But it's not, according to them, I mean, from the way they were talking, it seemed like that was a natural outgrowth of what they do, of the death metal style.
Well,
it's some way or another.
Yeah, and I think that, I think that, when they say, like, when they refer to themselves of, ambient death metal, I think that ambience has always kind of been there, like in the background, even though it's even in the really heavy shit, that they kind of, I guess I would say that's the way that they sort of look at it, is that ambience is always there. It's just that, like, we just kind of stripped away the death part of it. And, if you really listen to their records, there really is that sort of element to it, and they just, in a lot of ways, maybe Paul could have just made that another one of his like solo kind of things, but I guess they really wanted to make a statement that maybe might have backfired on him. I don't know, but I dig it.
I'm going to be really disappointed if people are not open-minded enough to like see that through, because like whatever you don't like the one record where they decide to like make all synth music, whatever, don't listen to it. It's fine. Like, you're going to drop the entire band because you don't like the one record. Like, I hope that they dig into it hard. Like, I want to see all of this shit come together in a way that it hasn't been done. I want them to stick with their crazy, like, we're so stoked on 432 hertz analog synth that we're going to like make a whole record that's like a 432, or like maybe they keep the synths at 432 and they tune their guitars to whatever, and it's like total fucking chaos. Like, I want to see what they do because they're ballsy, they're creative. Nobody else is doing it. And I can't think of another band that could put out a synth record that is as well executed as that new record is. Like, it's really fucking great. Like, the themes are awesome. It holds together. Like it's memorable. It's not a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's I think you said it. I think that's what I would expect them to do next when it comes to their normal output, is that it's just going to be that much more integrated into it and make them that much more special. I think at the end of the day, you know, I mean, you guys saw it. You guys saw them live. You see what they're capable of. I mean, they pull that shit off, dude. Like, I mean, that really crazy, you know, especially not to mention, like, I think it was like the second or third track where the lead guitarist has, I think he broke a string or something, like, but they kind of like sort of missed the mark a bit, but they like kept it together. And like, I don't know, these guys they're like the next wave, dude, you know, for me.
They're killer. And all the other band, the web of bands that are sort of in that. It is really, really extraordinary. Like that scene in Denver and kind of in the Mountain West that sort of extends to.
Yeah.
Really, like, the music that's coming out of there is insanely good. And these dudes are at the center.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, their drummer, he's got 2-3 other amazing bands.
Yeah.
You know, Wayfarer, Stormkeep,
man.
Oh yeah.
Oof, so fucking good.
He plays guitar in that. I mean, that's his. Yeah, they're just they're creative guys, man. It was cool, man. It did me a lot of happiness to see them just fucking murder at that
Owned
place,
it.
you know? And it was packed too when they played, you know. So Demilich was the next, and that's the band that kind of influenced Blood Incantation. Yeah, that shirt is great. Mm-hmm.
It had to be a long sleeve, man. I would have been fucking heartbroken if Delta Airlines had lost this shit. I haven't even gotten to wear it yet. It's too hot.
So
I worn it in Norway. It was
like blown away. I got the vinyl.
Is that the Svart repress?
Yeah, the new repress. Just
I haven't gotten it yet. I really want to.
Had to jump on it, but I actually ended up at this time. I had walked away and went to the merch tent and then went to the bathroom, and so I caught most of their set. It was freaking packed for them too, and
borrowed instruments and all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I need to get that.
They were great, man. They were hilarious too. The singer was just
so charming.
Dry Finnish humor is like, I don't know. You guys just still seem to like us. So this next song is, well, from the only record we've ever done.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh man, yeah, so great. It's funny too, between them and Coroner. We were joking that we heard like the first 2 little excerpts from the Radical Research intro between Coroner and Demilich, like right in there. They played both of those 2 songs that they excerpt for the Radical Research little intro medley. And they both
so this during Demilich, the first part of Demilich, I went to the sort of merch area as well. And since we were going to talk about some of the merch we got, I wanted to share a couple of CDs that I picked up during their set, which was from a record label called Mutilated Records. And honestly, I cannot say enough good things about these guys. It's a record label that puts out Colombian death metal and South American extreme music. Super interesting dudes, really, really nice. And so I go to this tent, and Jimmy was with me. When
I remember. Did this. It was great.
Yeah, it was super fun. And so I go because they had a limited edition box set of this album by Purulent. That's a Colombian death metal band called Garavito's Pedophilia Tales. And it's a whole album about this this very like notorious Colombian serial killer named Luis Garavito, who killed a bunch of kids and like was this terrible, terrible person. And it's this kind of gory death metal album all about this fucking serial killer, right? And the songs, like, it's one of those things where like it's a really fucking tight album and really good, but I'm kind of glad I can't understand what the guy's saying most of the time. You know what I mean? But it came in this box, and then it has the CD and
There you go.
booklet, a patch, a flag, RIP to their guitarist who passed away, and a button that also says Purulent on it. This whole sort of package in this deluxe box set of this album. So I had gone to the stand that they had set up specifically to get this because it looked really cool, and I thought, why not, since they're going to be there. And so I picked that up, and I also picked up what is probably one of the classic early 2000s Colombian death metal albums, Supreme Knowledge Domain by
Internal Suffering,
right? And this particular edition is like a deluxe edition. And at least what I can find on streaming services and even on their Bandcamp, on Eternal Suffering's Bandcamp, is a shorter version of this album than this deluxe set, because this has a whole added EP on the end of it, and also live tracks. So what is normally a 10 track album is a 26 track CD. So this was really great to find too at this Mutilated Records stand. So I go there for Purulent, and also I'm looking for this Internal Suffering sort of deluxe edition CD, and they have a sign that says buy 3 CDs, get 1 free. And so this was like probably one of my favorite things that happened, because I'm old and I used to love to go to record stores and talk to people who work in record stores and get recommendations for albums, right? It's like a wonderful thing to do with your time. So I go up to this guy who's working at this thing and ask him a couple of questions about these things I want to buy. And I say, okay, it's buy 3 albums and get a 4th one for free. So I like, and this is exactly what I said to him. I said, I like these 2 bands. I don't know that much about Colombian death metal. What else do I need? And he's like, okay, I got you. And he takes me over to the CDs and he starts showing me through all this stuff. He goes, and this is cool, and this is cool, and this is like the same guy who's in Eternal Suffering, but it's in a different band, and he does this other thing. And he knew everything about this music. It was so much fun to talk to him and just listen to him sort of go on about all these different bands. And so one of the things that he recommended for me was Gore Trade, Ritual of Flesh, which is unbelievable. Great album. And I ended up actually not just listening to this, but also finding other Gore Trade albums. And Gore Trade is a fantastic death metal band. So from Colombia. And this was a great find. I was so happy to get this. And the other one is an album called Kleptocracy by a band Trapped in the Morgue, which is also unbelievably good. So these 2 were completely new to me, thanks to the recommendation of the guy at Mutilated Records, their booth, who really knew his shit and pointed me in a great direction to find some new South American death metal bands that I probably never would have heard of otherwise. So that was a great experience beyond just listening to the music that was on the stage. That really spoke to me, and I had a great time doing that. So anyway, I just want to give a shout out to Mutilated Records and to fucking Colombian fucking death metal that's so gory and fucked up. I just love it. So anyway, it's great. There you go.
It's an amazing story, man.
Yeah,
I love talking to people and hearing the passion that people have about music that I know nothing about. You know, what I do for a living is to be a music reference librarian. So people come into the library and they ask me questions about music, and I help them find answers. And this guy was every bit the librarian of Colombian death metal that I wish I could be. And hearing him talk about this music was just fantastic. So,
man, I almost want to just take that little segment you just gave us and cut another video just to put that up there, because that was a very, very well put, just story from that tent. Because I remember like going over there with you, and that was like earlier in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was during Demolish, but it may have been earlier.
I think it was earlier in the day, because like we were kind of like walking around there. I remember like going into that tent and like looking at all their CDs and being like, okay, because I was like definitely looking for CDs. I was like, let me look through. They must have had like 200-300 CDs. Every single band I looked at, I had never heard of. I mean, it was so much just like all this brutal, like, South American death metal.
Yeah, they had one Embalmer CD, and I was like, oh, something I've heard of.
Yeah.
Mainstream.
I think there was that. Maybe there was one other. I had heard of Internal Suffering, of course.
Yeah.
But it was funny. I remember you were talking to the guy, and it's cool that you did that, because, and I felt like maybe like his English wasn't like completely, like they were mostly, Spanish speaking, like at least his accent was really thick, right?
Mm-hmm. When I asked him about the deluxe box set that I wanted to buy, I said, what's in this box set? And he said, there's a card. If I'm remembering correctly what he said something like, there's a card signed by the band and a pin and something else that did not lead me to believe there was a flag inside that box. He used words that were correct English words, but not what you would expect someone to say. Like he called a button, like a button, a pin.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a pin, but when you think of a pin, at least I think of a metal pin,
Yeah.
He called the patch something else. He used a different word for patch, and I wasn't expecting there to be a patch, but there was. So it was interesting because, he spoke English relatively well, but there were some nuances like that didn't really get across the specifics. But he fucking knew his music, and he pointed me in absolutely the right direction for this thing. So, yeah, it was all around a really great experience.
That's killer. Yeah, because there were so many bands in that. That grouping. It was just like you'd pick something up, and it was like looked like something worse than like Butchered at Birth, and I was like, wow, this is like true like South American like fucking death metal here. That was really cool. I remember like being there with you, and I wish I would have. I think anybody that's going to watch this, and I certainly am, I'm going to go check those bands out. So I want to do like two things really quickly, because I think we had 5 more bands to wrap up on, and I just wanted to, and I think we're getting close to wrapping, but really quickly, I just wanted to give a shout out since the guys are on. Let's see. So Thralls, Nick, what's up, dude? Dude, it was really great meeting you. I think we all got a picture together and stuff. And I actually wanted to have Nick and Devin on this as well, but I thought like maybe like if we had like 5 of us on here, this would go till like fucking 4 a.m. So I just wanted to kind of just keep it to the 3 of us. Thralls has a great channel. They did a full review of the Death Fest that I linked in the channel here. So if you guys have not seen that, go check that out. My buddy Devin, Maze of Torment, he also did a full review video of the Death Fest, and he also showcased dude spent like fucking like $1,000. I don't know how much he spent on on merch. The guy had like fucking 20 vinyl. He had like 50 shirts. I was like, God damn, dude, how do you do it? But I mean, he showed off everything in his video like that he bought, and I mean, he bought a lot of stuff, really great stuff too. And I could have easily done that as well if I wouldn't have reined myself in. You know, and I think that's what we're going to get into in the next part is the merch before we get into the last bands and close out here. But once again, Nick, Devin, it was really, really great to meet you guys in person after we've been talking for so long. So even if we didn't get to spend enough time together, and that was another kind of an issue, like with the whole the fest thing, was that it was like the bands were just like we were talking earlier, James, like how like you don't have a chance to breathe. You know, it's like you don't have a chance to like talk to folks because it's just going like that, and it's like fuck. I didn't even have after the whole thing was done, I was like, God damn, I didn't have enough time to talk to everybody and stuff. So. Cheers, you guys. It was really cool to see you, and thanks for jumping on the stream here. And once again, I'll link all your videos here. And you know, one of these days on one of those Saturday night streams that we do with all the boys, we'll do some more reminiscing for sure. So, but just to like kind of close this thing out before we get to the last few bands, was there any other like, you know, James was talking about the Brazilian tent. Any merch you guys want to show, like talk about? Experiences like buying stuff, you know, before we get to the last three bands?
Crazy enough, I did not buy. I only bought clothing. I only bought shirts at MDF. I've kind of been showing those off as we went along. Yeah, I didn't buy a single record or any sort of physical media at all, which is kind of unusual, but yeah, I guess I kind of had it in my goal was to come away with some more wearables, and I got that. So
yeah, I would say this sick squash bowel shirt.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
I love that. I did something at this festival that I don't usually do, which is I bought shirts from bands that I did not get to see at this fest, not ones that I'd never seen at all. But especially with like Squash Bowls, because I didn't stay for their set. I went over to Ram's Head. With Squash Bowls and with Bird Flesh, I didn't see their sets, but I bought their shirts because I had seen them before and I wanted to support what they were doing. And these days, buying merch from a band is critical to their bottom line. You know, like that's how they make their money. So when I respect what these guys do, and so I you know, wanted to support them and throw some money their way. And so Squash Bowls and Bird Flesh, I picked those up. The Bird Flesh is very tame, just like a baseball kind of logo, but cool, the sort of thing I can wear to work. So Evan got a white miasmatic necrosis shirt. So I saw miasmatic necrosis like 3 or 4 months ago and got this white t-shirt that has a picture of a pope vomiting and it says baptism in bile. I wonder if that is the same shirt that Evan got, because it is also a white miasmatic necrosis shirt. But that shirt is fucking sick. I love it. Not the sort of thing I can wear to work, but the Bird Flesh shirt is. So there you go.
Yeah.
But those shirts I like a lot. Of course, yes, Evan. I figured that was probably the one. It's fucking great shirt. Also, speaking of bands that I wanted to support, I did also get the Scorched.
Oh man, that's a killer shirt.
That has the thing on the back here, melting flesh there. And this sort of has like kind of a haunted house sort of deal going on in the front, which I thought was cool. So I got that shirt from Scorched because, again, they played in soundstage to a very small crowd, and they were fucking awesome. They were really, really good. And I wanted to throw some money their way because that's the way to do it if you want to support the arts, as they say.
Support the arts.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I picked up a bunch of shirts, and two of the last couple of bands that we're going to talk about, Triumph of Death and Deicide, got those shirts, same ones that Thann I know got as well. So I ended up with about 7 shirts coming out of this weekend, and those CDs that I showed you.
Yeah. And yeah,
Nifty Enforced patch, which is going on the main event Battle Vest very soon because they fucking kick ass.
So you say main event Battle Fest. Is this a new Battle Vest or?
Well, so okay. My wife makes garments. She's very creative with the sewing machine. She made me a I didn't show this to you, Jimmy, but I did show this to James this past weekend. She made me a really awesome like waxed canvas apron because I cook a lot. I like to grill a lot, and it's kind of like as James said, it's definitely like kind of a Leatherface vibe for the apron. But I am going to festoon that with patches. I've got a lot of patches to use. I'm waiting on. Okay, so I'm not. The thing that I want to be the centerpiece on this apron is a Carcass Torn Arteries back patch, which I have not seen exists yet. So if anybody sees one, come and find me and let me know. I'm hoping Pull the Plug will do one. But obviously, I'm not going to wear an apron to metal shows. I'm going to continue wearing my kind of same. I mean, I could wear.
You could.
Seems
if it's got a lot of patches on it, you could. Yeah.
Kind of long. I feel like it might get snagged on things. But the enforced, I save that main battle vest for things that I feel incredibly strongly about. And enforced after MDF, like I feel very strongly about them. And it's also it's a pretty small patch. I can find space.
Oh yeah,
they're worth it.
You had a lot of room on your vest there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been pretty tasteful with my placement of patches so far, but could always get a little bit more aggressive. I like the cape. I do love the cape idea. I have considered it for sure. Like especially like a red velvet like what we do in the shadows sort of vest, vampire vest kind of thing, or vampire cape with a big well it's gotta be Dusk in Her Embrace or Principle of Evil Made Flesh as the centerpiece on that. Although with fucking cape you can have like 12 back patches on there, so I don't know. Rob Halford can wear whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, he's definitely beyond any kind of trends or.
I like the cape though.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you guys had a chance. I meant to call you out as well, Evan. Evan Williams, you walked up to me during Immolation, I believe, and introduced yourself. And it was nice to meet you, bro. I wish we had a couple more minutes to talk. Like at the time, we hadn't even got the Immolations yet. It was so goddamn loud, dude, that it was like probably impossible. But you walked up to me and shook my hand, and it was nice meeting you, man. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you at the time. I knew your name and everything. So thanks for joining us, hanging out here for sure. Yeah, cool, man. Did you guys have any other merch you wanted to show? Or for me, like it was the vinyl. I really kind of reined it in for myself. I tried to keep it. I could have gone crazy because there was that tent in the corner that had like all the patches and tons of like old school like tour shirts that it was like 3 or 4 I could have bought that I just didn't. I wish I would have. But between the tapes, the CDs, I got, I found just some like CDs that I usually don't have an easy time finding, like Creator, Enemy of God, and Monstrosity, Millennium. Which I've never really found a copy of this, and this album is fucking great.
Corpse Grinder's last with them.
Yep, that's right. He was recording it in tandem with Vile.
With Vile, yeah.
But I kind of took advantage of the patch tent and found myself finally a new good back patch for Emperor and the Nightside Eclipse. I've got enough patches at this point, I think, to put together 2 vests, but definitely kind of threw myself over, like, and found some really cool stuff. The Punch and Stench, been caught buttering.
Because we all have, so
yeah,
we should own up and put it on our battle.
Yeah, you have to kind of own up to it, A Blaze in the Northern Sky.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
Pierced.
Yes, life-changing.
Tales from the Karelian Isthmus.
Hell yeah.
My favorite Gorguts record, hands down, Erosion of Sanity.
Oh yeah.
Monstrosity.
Mm-hmm.
And Unleashed patch. So
yeah.
Heck yeah.
All the patches were, they were a little pricey, but it worked out. So it was cool. I mean, I could have easily spent way more, but I definitely felt I felt inspired to really like work on a new battle vest after being at the Death Fest, because everybody had their vests out, and it was like, oh man, it's cool.
Do it, man. It feels good. It feels good to,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So an anecdote about the bootleg shirt tent in the back. So those guys are there every year, and apparently, according to the myths of Maryland Death Fest, the last time Triptychon played at Maryland Death Fest,
oh shit,
Mr. Warrior was walking through the merch area and saw a bunch of Celtic Frost t-shirts at one of these bootleg tents and gave the fellow a good dressing down, from what I understand, and was like telling them that they had no right to sell this shit and that he didn't make any money off of it and all this kind of stuff. I did not see this happen, but this was the story that was going around at the time. So I was a little surprised to see, because usually there are 3 or 4 of those bootleg shirt tents, but this time there was only the one. There were fewer merch things in general, I think, than in earlier years. But I was kind of surprised to see that guy, just because I knew that Tom G. Warrior was going to be on 2 days of this festival, and he might, go there and, I don't know, kick those guys' asses. I don't know what he's going to do. But so anyway, that was something that was sort of in the back of my mind when I was going around the merch area, wondering if Tom was going to go yell at somebody. But that's sort of like, it's weird. Yeah. Because if somebody's playing your festival and somebody's selling bootleg shirts for that band, like, that's pretty awkward.
Yep.
Because that's, like I said before, that's how they make their money. So anyway, just something to think about.
Yeah.
Well, Bolt Thrower's not playing ever, and every time I see those like album T-shirts that they have there, I'm just like, oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'll restrain myself. As much as I want all of them.
Yeah, I think Devin got like 3 Bolt Thrower shirts.
Oh, they looked so good.
There was a Gorguts Erosion of Sanity shirt that looked like it was from like the early days. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess, talking about the bootlegs, maybe that's what it was, but I don't know. I came close. Yeah. Everybody got, there was a lot of Bolt Thrower shirts in that pile for sure.
So good.
So real quick, we've got 5 bands left real quick. Destruction, was amazing.
Yes. And when we did our before the fest thing, I pulled out my reissue copy of Release from Agony, and I was like, well, they're not going to play anything from this album, but this is like the one I love. And damned if they didn't play the title track. And that was so killer. It was so killer. Such a killer set. Destruction's one of those bands. It's like, I mean, Creator is kind of my of the German thrash bands. They're like the one that I really have spent the most time with. Destruction has always been a little bit more of an also ran. I've listened to them more than I've listened to Sodom, but still not nearly as much Creator. But they were really solid, and Schmear's vocals were like mind-blowingly youthful and effective. I immediately came home from the fest and like found every like decent looking live video of theirs that I could find from recent years on YouTube, and like just spent like an afternoon just loving it, kind of reliving that shit. But they've got their shit together right now. Like their new stuff is like, it's like pretty decent. I thought the new stuff came off pretty well live. The classic stuff's really, it's just raging. They were awesome. Did you guys see most of their set or all of their set?
Yeah,
I was walking around a little bit, but I caught most of it. And they were fucking. I mean, I'm not really too familiar with their discography, but they definitely won me over. I mean, in terms of like coming late to the game. I remember when we got to the fest that day, there was that dude that ran up to you, James, and he had like a vest with nothing but Destruction patches on.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, what's up, man? He was like, oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, the dude, Lev. Yeah, he's a cool dude.
He likes merch.
He lives in the area, so I see him at metal shows a lot. And yeah, it's his second favorite band. Tribute vest.
His second favorite band behind Sabaton.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And his whole vest was covered with Lev, man.
Totally solid dude.
Yeah, good dude. And he had a whole vest covered with just Destruction patches. It was his Destruction tribute vest. Fucking ruled. Really cool. I was into it.
Yeah, he was so stoked.
He was very stoked.
He was just like glowing, ready for Destruction. That was like early.
Yeah, and honestly, that made me more excited to see Destruction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Seeing that enthusiasm, definitely.
Yeah.
So great.
Yeah, they kicked ass for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Immolation was great for me. I just felt like the sound, and I don't remember who it was. There was somebody else that said that they sounded perfect. I don't know, man. Like, it was so goddamn loud, dude. Like, I couldn't even tell what the hell they were doing. I mean, like, I could like tell what they were doing. It was just like I couldn't hear the drums. It was just like fucking so loud, dude, that I don't know. It didn't translate as well as I hoped it would.
We got a little bit closer to the stage for that too. And I don't think that was the right call in retrospect.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not an easy band to mix anyway, because they're so,
it's very, very low frequency centric.
Yeah. I've seen them in Baltimore Soundstage before, and they sounded fucking awesome. Like, you just have to have the right space. But interestingly, I remember you saying that about the sound. And during a lot of their set, I was back at the picnic tables, which was essentially behind the stage.
Right.
So I was on the same latitude as the drummer. So when I was listening to their set, I was looking at the drummer most of the time. And because because of where I was under that covering, I was hearing the drums not through the PA. I was just hearing the drums. And it actually sounded way better sitting back under that covering, where I was just hearing the drums and then the sort of rest of it coming around.
Yeah.
And then about midway through their set, I walked out to be in front of the stage to see what they were doing. I mean, I've seen Immolation a bunch of times, so it wasn't like I needed to necessarily see them stand there and play.
Mm-hmm.
But I went around and it didn't sound as good.
Yeah, I think where me and Thann were standing, which, like he said, was fairly close to the stage. I think that was my biggest issue was I couldn't hear the bass drums. Like I couldn't, it's kind of critical to hear the drumming when it comes to immolation because if you can't hear the drums, dude, it's kind of hard to tell, what they were doing. And like they were definitely killing it for sure. And like one of my favorite death metal bands. But yeah, it was just kind of so loud where we were standing then.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just a call back to earlier part of the conversation. Quick anecdote that Ross and Robert from Immolation were at Decibel Fest, just hanging out.
They introduced Nuclear Assault.
Yeah, they introduced Nuclear Assault and then came up and sat right behind where we were sitting to watch Cannibal Corpse. So they were just like hanging out at the fest.
I saw your pic on Instagram. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
They were hanging out taking videos of the pits for all of like the big circle pits for cannibals. Like I was like paying attention to what they were shooting with their phones, and it was just the pits. Like they weren't shooting the band at all. They were just like, well, if we were cannibal, these are the kind of circle pits that we would be commanding.
Yeah.
It was great. Those dudes
they're fantastic. And yeah,
they are, fine gentlemen of death metal.
Mm-hmm. I don't know where Ross lives, but he ends up at shows at Baltimore Soundstage relatively often.
Yeah.
I see him just at random shows. I've probably seen him 4 or 5 times, just for no reason.
Yeah, I wonder. They're from Yonkers originally, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, he of kind of famous death metal people, he's the guy I tend to see around more often than others, unless somebody's actually from DC, like the guys from Darkest Hour or Pig Destroyer, Rich Johnson from Agoraphobic Nosebleed. Those guys just hang out in DC because they live here and go to shows all the time. So I just see them like at bars and shit. But Immolation, like Ross from Immolation, is the guy who I'm not expecting to see that I see a lot. So I don't know. Maybe he lives in Baltimore or somewhere around there. Maybe Philly. I don't know.
I don't know. It's interesting. I've had that same experience though. I've seen him in things in Philly.
Oh,
and in Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're legends.
Fucking real metal dude. That's the thing.
I mean, they're fucking legends. They continue to belt out great album after great album. So, I mean, if they were too loud for one experience, it wasn't their fault. It was just, I mean, they're not an easy band to mix for sure, as far as I'm concerned. I've seen them a few times, and there was times where I felt like the mix was perfect, and it's like, but it's not easy. It's so much bottom end, and just Bob Bigna just destroying his guitar, So cool. Well, Triumph of Death.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Totally.
I mean, for me, that was like a lesson. Great shirt. Yeah.
Yep. Only death is real.
Killer.
And you got to admit that. I mean, Warrior, man, he was a class act through the whole fucking thing. Both sets, he really was. I don't know. Not being like the biggest fan in the world and not having been exposed to the band and like kind of like coming in over my life here and there. I was very impressed by him. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's one of the real deals, like he's just he's so good at what he does. And I mean, you can see, from his whole sort of, his whole discography and kind of everything that he's done musically and artistically, that he is a very intelligent person and everything he does is well considered, from the artwork, the Giger album covers and, everything. That he's working on a very high intellectual level and is not the sort of person who is just sort of letting life happen to them or letting art happen to them. He's considering these things. He's thoughtful and going through this stuff, and he recognizes these Hellhammer songs. When he's talking on the stage, part of what makes his banter so charming is the fact that he understands that these songs are primitive, that he was a young kid when he wrote these songs, and to somebody who is really an intellectual in the metal world, when you say to someone like that, you're however old, 50 something or 60 something years old, we want you to come to this metal festival and play a bunch of songs you wrote when you were 14. For somebody like that, the whole concept is ridiculous. Like he's a completely different person and a completely different artist than the person who wrote those Hellhammer songs. So he understands the inherent irony of what he's being asked to do and the sort of inherent ridiculousness of what he's being asked to do. And that comes across on stage. He's saying, well, we'll play another one of these songs for you that are, these sort of primitive songs that I wrote a long time ago, and apparently you want to hear them, so here you go. I think he approaches it with a certain amount of humility, to say, I feel honored that you still want to hear this, but it's also just kind of ridiculous that you still want to hear these songs, And so you have that kind of sincerity and gratitude and comedy kind of all wrapped up into it that makes his stage demeanor absolutely charming to me, at least. And, and that comes from somebody who seems, at least to me, and I don't know the man personally, obviously, but seems like a genuinely nice, smart person who is making music and, thinking about what he does before he does it. And to me, that's what I appreciate about all of that, about the Hellhammer songs and the Celtic Frost songs and the Triptykon songs. And I think to answer the question in the chat about how did it stack up to the Triptykon set, I mean, they're interrelated because over half the Triptykon set was Celtic Frost songs. But essentially it's a different, it's a different thing. Like he was doing all Hellhammer and really going back into the catalog and playing these formative songs. So I don't know that you can compare the Triptykon set and the Hellhammer set. I would say that one is a continuation of the other. They're almost the same thing. So I don't even really look at it as two sets. I look at it as one thing that happened over a period of 2 days, like all of that is taken as part of a whole to me. The Triptykon set and the Triumph of Death Hellhammer set. It's part of one narrative. So I couldn't compare them because it's just all part of the same story. It's like, is chapter 2 of Fellowship of the Ring better than chapter 5? I don't know. It's all the same fucking book. You know what I mean? And so that's how I look at this stuff too. So I wouldn't bother to compare them, honestly. What did you guys think about it?
I remember us at one point, and maybe it was you, James, looking over at me amused at the idea of Hannes Grossman playing Hellhammer tunes.
Yeah, I think I said to you, I feel like Hannes is being underutilized here.
That's right. Yeah.
Such what a hoot. I mean, but it was great. That was one of the points at which, and I found myself doing this, especially by day 3. Like, despite that set being something that I was really interested in, like one of the main reasons that I was excited about the festival, the Triumph of Death set, by that point I just needed to move around. I need to move my legs. My feet were getting swollen. I'm old. Gotta kind of get the blood flowing, and just being able to kind of see from different vantage points, like how the crowd was responding to this. There were certain places where I could really see, you know, where the action was, and people were just going absolutely nuts. Like it was really a cool way to experience that set, just to kind of continually move around, get my steps in, enjoy. Man, a man that has, I mean, he's devoted his life to, you know, kind of art with a capital A, you know, like all of the things that he has done, the varied things that he has done, both as a musician, as a studio assistant to H.R. Giger. I mean, give me a freaking break. That's why he got permission to use the stuff when so few people did, and a lot of people used Giger stuff illegally.
Yeah.
He had the permission because he was his assistant. Like, just knowing this about this person, and then, you know, seeing him be the way that he was with a crowd of crazy fucking metalheads, festival going metalheads, man. It's just,
yeah,
this is great. It's gonna stick with me for forever.
Yeah, I felt like I, you know, saw a piece of history for sure, you know, especially not being a person that came up with that stuff, and never having been really like a huge fan of the Warrior stuff, even being able to like kind of look at both sets from outwards in a way. I felt in a lot of ways like both sets were almost kind of could have been together, you know, because it followed a similar trajectory in his sort of like his history, you know, that I mean, even though it was different, like, you know, band names or whatever was different, you know, but these things were all kind of Tom G. Warrior. I felt like I really came away with it with a deep appreciation, not being like a huge fan, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
and knowing that like there's a lot of bands that like historical bands that like I like I like who they like influenced, but I didn't get as big into like who they are. For example, like bands like you know, like Neurosis, who I deeply appreciate. I just never got real deep into them. Or Battery.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the fuck out of Battery, but like I never got really deep into them. And I love so many bands that are so influenced by them. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of the same thing if I'd have seen any of those bands, that I felt a real like this is like the blueprints right here, that, you know, like a piece of history that like maybe if those songs didn't like resonate with me because I wasn't there at the time, I could still appreciate like what it means for like everything that we love. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of a beautiful outlook on all the music that we like, you know, and I thought, you know, for me, like, it was like, again, I already said the guy was a fucking class act, you know. I mean, you could not say anything less about Tom G. Warrior. So I loved it. I enjoyed it. I was really glad to have witnessed it.
Yeah.
Hypocrisy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hypocrisy. Super stoked to see Hypocrisy. They were one of those kind of early from on a whim, you know, sending my $8 to Relapse to get the Death Is Just the Beginning 4 compilation on CD way back in the day, and I think a DVD set or a VHS set with some Hypocrisy music videos on there. Like they were significant to me pretty early on, and I haven't really stayed super engaged with them. Although, like every time something new comes out and I listen to it, I'm like, oh, Peter's still doing his thing. I don't know if it was just where it fell in the day, like having it come like after Triumph of Death. Like, I don't know. I felt a little unfocused and unable to really devote my attention to what was happening. I also kind of felt like it was another. I was pretty far back. I hung pretty far back for most of it, and I also felt, again, it's maybe a little overly loud and a little overly cluttered in the mix for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a hard time hearing what was going on with the guitars, which is my pet peeve. And I kind of zoned out, honestly. Like, I remember that he played some stuff from the second album, from Osculum. And I was like, okay, cool. I got to hear that live. And then at that point I was just kind of getting ready to hear Deicide.
Yeah.
That's sort of like,
well, I know they were a big band for you. Had you seen them live before?
Nope.
This was the first time?
First time.
Because I had seen them live like 3 times. I don't know, for whatever reason.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, like the early 2000s, when I first moved to Colorado. I don't know, for whatever reason, it was like, no, it would have been like 2000, like late 2005, 6, 7, something like that. They did a bunch of U.S. tours, and I ended up catching them like 2 or 3 times, and they were touring with like non-standard like death metal bands like Soilwork and In Flames or shit like that, Dark Tranquility. Not that they're non-standard death metal, but it's not real death metal. But they were kind of treading that water as well, like the sort of more melodic death metal kind of thing. And I always like enjoyed them, but they never really like blew me away. And like preparing for this festival, I really went through the first 4 records like real hard, or the first 5 records. Obviously Penetralia, Obsculum, Asinium, and Abducted and Fourth Dimension. And Abducted is definitely my favorite, probably Hypocrisy record that I've heard, because they have a lot of records that I haven't heard, like going further. They were a really good band. I just remember thinking, like, the times I saw them play back in the day, I went to those shows for other bands, and they were the headliner, and watching them and being like, I enjoyed them, For this, like you were saying, like you kind of hung back, and it was like hard to like their whole set. I was over at the merch tent, like looking at through all the patches and shit, because it was the one moment like where I went and spent like a lot of time in that corner tent. And listening to them from there, it sounded fucking really good. Like they sounded almost perfect over there. Like James was saying, like
interesting.
Ventilation sounded good from like the side. They sounded really good.
That's so strange.
Yeah, I know. And like some bands like sounded really good, like standing, where we were for Immolation, where others didn't. So it's kind of a weird mishmash of where you were standing and how good did it sound, But
I wonder if the sides you were getting less direct sort of impact from the drums through the PA, getting a more indirect sort of picture of what was going on there, and maybe being able to hear direct guitar from the cabinets a little bit better.
That's exactly what happened to me during Immolation.
Yeah. Yeah, that, I mean, it's still all very indirect in that way, but when everything is very loud through the PA, yeah, that's interesting. I never think to do that, because I'm like, well, I just need to try to be more perfectly centered, and it's like, no, it's just like you're doing it's like continuing to do more of the wrong thing, or more of the thing that is not working out,
Well,
yeah,
and
especially that B stage, the center is not where the soundboard was.
No, it's kind of off to the left a little bit.
Yeah, over by the merch tents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think I guess maybe it was kind of a learning experience, but whatever. It was like it kind of can make sense of like wherever you were for certain bands, and some bands sounded better than others for other people. Whereas like there were certain bands that just sounded fucking perfect wherever you're standing. It's kind of an interesting thing. Especially like when Hypocrisy was playing, it was fucking so packed. I'm sure that like wherever you anytime that left stage was like really packed, it would have been hard to like kind of find where would be the best spot to go. I guess I don't know. Whereas like the right stage felt like anywhere you were, like it sounded pretty fucking damn good. I mean, segueing into Deicide, who sounded fucking amazing. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if the fact that A stage is more in a kind of a valley in the parking lot, like it's lower than most of the rest of the parking lot, that the sound sort of coming up through that makes it sound better. I don't know. But like just the height of the stages, the two stages is very different. Because there's that kind of slope down to the A stage, and the other stage is more on the level of the asphalt.
Yep.
But the A stage is basically, I mean, you're standing in front of it, but it acts more or less like an amphitheater.
Yeah, sure.
It's like a rake kind of going up.
Definitely.
So I wonder if that really helps the acoustic, even though it's outdoors.
Yeah, it very well could.
I mean, I don't know. I'm no sound engineer, but it makes a certain amount of sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely see that.
But Deicide, like you said, sounded unbelievable.
No, it's great.
So good. And fucking Glenn, man.
They sounded better than they might have been the best sounding band in the whole thing. I don't know. I mean,
it was really solid.
Yeah.
Really solid, very solid performance. It's, it also, again, lends itself to, and I'll say this until the day I die, Deicide does not downtune their guitars significantly. And that is something that does make an impact on live sound. You can't replicate the same sort of production things live with extended range guitars and I find that very often things get incredibly cluttered on the low end with bands that generally play downtuned guitars. And most metal bands do, but Deicide does not. And it leaves a lot of room in the frequency range for the bass and for a lot of the rhythm guitar stuff to be a little higher than the frequency of the bass drums, which makes a huge difference in terms of clarity. And what do you know? They sounded great.
Yeah. I think the other thing I've always known this, but like really seeing it, I had to see Deicide live since like the late 90s. And Steve Asheim is one of the most underrated death metal drummers ever. He was absolutely fucking impeccable. I mean, fucking impeccable. I mean, just and the sound did him right too, because you could really hear his double bass. He was lightning precision, perfect.
He's an incredibly clean player, and it might have just been the nature of all the Legion stuff that we saw. I mean, it's over the top in terms of changes. I think I was even more impressed with him than I was when we saw them last August. Just absolutely leading the band through that album, like no doubt about it. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Getting to hear some of those songs live. I mean, geez. Like they've really only been playing Trifiction and Dead But Dreaming in sets for years. To hear fucking Revocate the Agitator, give me a break. I would also love to hear a Once Upon the Cross tour. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. That was my introduction to them as a band. And then I worked my way back.
Well, they did what, 2 tracks from that? They did Something in the Underworld and what was the other one? They did
When Satan Rules.
Yeah.
Did they not do the title track?
They did.
Yeah. They might have done 3.
And then did was it 2 songs from the first record, Sacrificial Suicide and
Dead by Dawn.
By Dawn. Yeah.
Great set. New guitarist is killer.
Yeah.
He did a great job. I could have used more of Kevin's vocals in the mix. It's like my only complaint, because they were really present when we saw them in August, and I was like, holy shit. We've got like I don't know. It's like if Queen were a death metal band.
Yeah.
And did you show this, Thann?
I didn't get that.
Oh yeah, let's see.
You didn't get this?
It's kind of stupid, right? And very unlike me.
Oh,
But I just got that Legion sweatshirt that I've been wearing like crazy.
Yeah.
Not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, you don't need 2 Legion things probably, but
I probably do. Really.
Never have enough, you know.
Yeah.
Nope.
So speaking of bootleg shirts, I have a bootleg Decibel shirt that one of the local metalhead dudes here in DC made that says Glenn Benton for president. It's an orange long sleeve that says Glenn Benton for president, and it's the picture of him holding his 2 revolvers like this.
Yes.
This Decibel stuff. And I thought, man, if it wasn't so goddamn hot at Maryland Death Fest, I would wear this
going around
to see Deicide. But then I thought, well, if Glenn sees me in this shirt, he's going to kick my ass because I have on this bootleg shirt. So I probably don't want to do that. But anyway, long story short, there was a guy there in that same bootleg shirt.
Nice.
And I thought, well, that would have been embarrassing if I had worn the same thing. So I was glad I didn't ultimately. But that's a great shirt. I love this shirt.
Yeah, you guys might have started a movement.
Yeah.
If you'd both shown up.
Yeah, because apparently literally anyone can be elected president in this country.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so there's that.
Amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. But I love this Legion shirt. That's maybe it's definitely in the top tier of the shirts I got at Death Fest, just for sentimental reasons.
Oh, yeah. It's an experience.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, honestly, I was kind of surprised that Deicide decided to do that. Decided
very
to
unlike Glenn.
Yeah, to play a whole album and like commemorate something. It just seems somehow optimistic in a way that I wouldn't, like optimistic about their legacy or something that I wouldn't have imagined Glenn would like to catch on to something like that. I wouldn't think he'd want to do that.
I bet, and especially about a record that he spent like the last 25 years like disparaging to the press. Like you read interviews when they were doing Once Upon the Cross, and he's basically just like, yeah, writing Legion was a fucking mistake. Like, it was the wrong decision. It was terrible to play live. We should have never. I don't understand why we felt the need to do that. This next record is a lot better.
Yeah,
it's a lot more what we do. And then like, basically the same story for for every album after that, even the ones that are not good, still slagging on Legion.
Yeah, it's strange. I felt a little weird about that whole thing, just because I felt like it was out of character for the band.
Mm-hmm.
But I fucking enjoyed it, man. It was unbelievably good.
Yeah, I honestly haven't followed the band whatsoever since Once Upon the Cross. I mean, I couldn't even tell you what any record sounds like since then. Just have not paid attention.
Really worthwhile ones. I do really think Serpents of the Light is great, although I don't like the guitar tone, but I think the songs are good. The cover is amazing. Mm-hmm. I really like Scars of the Crucifix. I think is a really great return to form. And the last record with the Hoffman brothers, although apparently Ralph Santola wrote all the guitar solos that they played on that record because they were both studying guitar with him. And then Ralph played lead on the next album, Stench for Redemption, which I also think is a fantastic record. So those three in particular, I think, are really worth checking out. The most recent one is pretty cool.
Yeah, I heard the Stench of Redemption was good. Honestly, I felt compelled to definitely go back down the discography after that performance, but I'm like in the middle of so much other shit from the whole performance. So like eventually I'll get to it, but I was really blown away by the whole, their performance was fantastic and reminded me that Steve Assheim was like he's one of the great death metal drummers for sure. I mean,
without a doubt,
guy was so tight that night, dude. I couldn't believe how like solid they sounded. It was just so. I guess I was just expecting it to be kind of like, but yeah.
I've certainly seen a Deicide performance that was and this was far from that.
Yeah, I think there was a relatively long period of time where they were not on their game, recording or live, and that time is over as of maybe 2000. I don't know. When I saw them in 2019, that was definitely over.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I hadn't seen them before that, but at that point, yeah, because I wasn't expecting anything when I saw them at a previous Death Fest, the last one that happened in 2019 before the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
I went to see them out of, respect for the band because they're a classic band and I'd never seen them before. But I wasn't expecting it to be that good, and it was fucking amazing. And then I started, paying more attention to the recent stuff. And yeah, I feel like there was like kind of a big slump for them.
They've had a couple of slumps, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, they're in it to win it now, man.
I hope so. I would like to hear another record that is like truly great.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have that in them, but that would be awesome. I'm happy to just see them live in their current ass-kicking state, though.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I'll be satisfied with that and some pretty good records.
Yeah,
it's possible. We'll see. Well, gentlemen, we did it. Holy shit!
Yeah.
I mean, I figured this was probably going to take about 4 hours or whatever it was, so not too bad. Especially fitting in all the other stuff. Guys, I want to thank you so much again. I already fucking waxed poetic about thanks, for putting me up and all that kind of stuff. But this was so much fun, man. Just like, and not only just like the whole, experience, but just like doing this and like talking about, stuff and just getting on here and just shooting the shit. It's like makes it that much more fun and, like getting to talk about stuff that, like I think James put it best. Like we all had our own, experience on what we saw, it's fun to really recount that. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
It's good. Yeah. Thanks for having the show.
So what's next?
Yeah.
Any shows coming up for you guys? Or, I mean, is it,
I think the next thing I've got is this At the Gates Municipal Waste and Forced show at the end of August. Cause I'm pretty busy with teeth stuff the next couple months and going to be out in Colorado hiking for a couple weeks in July. So yeah, not a lot of time to go to shows. There are a few things that I'm sad to be missing because I'm going to be so busy. But yeah, that'll be a good way to kind of get back into seeing shows again. I'm planning to also see that Meshuggah tour in September. So I've never seen them live.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I'm either. Yeah, concert, metal concert wise. July, I'm gonna go see Darkest Hour at a local venue here. I love that band. I think they're fucking great. They're hometown heroes here in DC.
DC. Yep.
They're the only band that I've ever been part of their Patreon, which I've been doing since the pandemic. But they're just like awesome dudes. Thann came with me to one of their meet and greets before a show once, which was pretty fun.
So great. Such sweethearts and absolutely phenomenal live band.
Oh,
Just they have their shit together.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go see that. I have tickets to the Anthrax and Black Label Society tour, which should be fun.
Hell yeah.
Goat Whore and Incantation are touring together.
Oh yes.
Hell yeah.
And I have tickets to that. I think that's in August, also maybe early August. And Iron Maiden. Thann and I are going to go see Iron Maiden in October.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually just found out that Sentient Horror is playing like 20 minutes away from my house on Friday, so I might go see that. And also Noel, the
God damn it, the dude,
the infamous grindcore band, whose shirt I was wearing on the first day of Death Fest with Dolly Parton on it, because they're from Tennessee. That grindcore band is going to play around here sometime this summer, so I might catch one of those shows. But yeah, so I'm going to be going to things.
Yeah, cool. I've got, like I said, the Fire in the Mountain Fest coming up. I'm also going to go see in a couple weeks. Thann knows this, but James, if you ever make it over to Colorado, we have a black metal brewery called True.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
They're having their 10th anniversary at one of the big venues in Denver. It's going to be Chemist headlining with Panopticon, which I'm really excited for because I really dig that band. And they don't play live very often. So Chemist, Panopticon, a band called Halder, which is a female black metal band, really good. And Vastum.
Oh man, I'd love to see Vastum.
Yeah,
they're so great.
Yeah, just like dirty, like crazy death metal kind of. I think they're from Cerebral Rot land, Pacific Northwest.
I think that's right.
Go see that. I think
that is the Gothic.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Cool.
And Dread Dot is the opener. I think great Denver band. Great, just progressive, like weird. Yes meets like black metal kind of shit. I don't know how to describe them, but really, really good. I got that coming up, and I'm gonna go see the South Park 25th anniversary show at Red Rocks.
With, oh my gosh!
Oh, fun!
With I can't even imagine. That
Primus
sounds amazing.
And Ween, and the South Park guys are going to be there. It's going to be this whole curated kind of thing, and they actually added a second show. I got tickets for the second show because Sarah loves Primus and Ween as well. So
when is that?
I do too. I think it's like in August or September, one of those. Also got tickets for Porcupine Tree for their reunion tour in September.
Cool.
They're going to be doing the Belco Theater here in Denver. So, I'm a huge Steven Wilson fan. So excited for that. And then since Nick's kind of on still, they're going to be doing the Denver Death Fest, the first ever. In Denver that Thralls of Metal is putting together. And I don't know who's going to be on the bill yet. They're still trying to get bands figured out, but it's going to be kind of the first of many. And cool. Yeah, dude. Yeah, if you guys go, I think I'm going to be at the second night. But yeah, and I think the supposedly be the Denver Death Fest is going to be not long after that these guys are putting on. And I'm excited to see like what bands they're going to have because they haven't announced it yet, but it's going to be the first of many. So we'll see what happens, but and whatever else comes up, guys. I really wanted to go to that Psycho Las Vegas so I could see Emperor, but I can't afford it, man. Well, I mean, I could, but I just don't want to put a hole in my pocket. Spent like fucking, I don't know how much on that Death Fest and, you know, stuff coming up, but yeah, Nick, dude, we're excited to hear about it, man. I'll definitely see you guys there. Whoever's playing, I'm sure they're gonna have a great lineup. And hopefully see you, Thann, a couple weeks.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it. Climb some peaks.
But yeah, you know, maybe next year I'll come out for Decibel or whatever, if that's all there.
Yeah, man.
Honestly, I had so much fun with you guys. It was the time of my life. Seriously, it was so much fun. I mean,
for sure.
Yeah.
What a blast.
All right, dude. Awesome.
All right. Let's do this again sometime. Let's figure out something else to talk about.
Yeah, a few months later, maybe we'll just do a deep dive into a discography or something. Any of you guys, if you got, you know, some ideas or whatever, something you want to do, I'm all game. So
Colombian gore grind. We're going deep dive.
For sure. Yeah.
You can do our own radical research.
Oh yeah.
Maybe like try to find the guy that you met, James, and we'll get him on here and school us, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you'll watch I tagged Mutilated Records in my Instagram post about this, and they were very appreciative. So maybe they'll find the pod or the video and watch it.
That'd be cool.
In touch with you.
All right, fellas. Well, thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. Everybody that joined, I really appreciate it. You guys, cheers. And
got some troopers out there, man.
Yeah.
I know. Hanging out for 4.5 hours, man. That's no joke.
Yeah.
So. All right, guys. Love you guys, man. You rule.
Love you too, man.
Right.
Later.
Y'all take care.
Night.
Thanks again, dude.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
We'll talk soon. All right, man.
All right.
Tell Natalia I said hey and thank you. So
for sure.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Man, have a good night.